Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for coming back and joining me. We are still waiting for the court come back live from their lunch break. I had a quiet little nap. I feel great. Thank y'all for understanding. This chick was tired. Hello. Hi, sweet Magnolia 15. Welcome. Oh, sunny day, Crystal H and Jesse. Welcome. Thank you. Boy, y'all got it down, don't you? You already got the likes going. Let me set it up. I still have the like from the other stream, so don't worry about it. That didn't go anywhere. There we go. Close that up. All right, we got that up and running. Woohoo! What else is this? Get that this way, get that way. And begin. Are we back in trial yet? I hope y'all had a quick little lunch, a good little lunch. My lunch is going to be cottage cheese and tomatoes. Yep, we don't have court yet. So, cottage cheese and tomatoes it is. How are y'all doing? Did y'all get to eat? I love me cottage cheese. I get it by the big thing. We had an interesting morning with Sarah Boone. I mean, not Sarah Boone, Karen Reed. Karen Reed had a motion hearing. Nothing was really decided. The motion was put forth by the defense to try and get the prosecution to reimburse him the $12,000 that they spent on a wild fishing expedition. I don't think Judge Bev is going to give it to him. Honestly, I don't think Auntie Bev is going to give it to him. She asked for an order that they said they had, but they didn't have. Coffee, good. And then, let's see. And then the prosecution wanted the defense to be ordered to turn over the Karen Reed's cell phone information. And Karen Reed's cell phone had to be sent to the district attorney's office. They had to extract the data off of it, and then they had to remove from that data any client confidentiality records, any kind of text or anything she did to her attorneys. And then they were to give it to the prosecution. Now, anything that the prosecution was to have, judge said do it immediately. Anything that the prosecution needed to do for the defense was get it to him in a week. Y'all. I was like, really, Auntie Bev? But she did say that she was ready for them. She's ready for them to get to trial on this. She didn't want any delays. Want to make sure everybody did everything everybody was supposed to do. And so we'll see if that actually happened. I'm trying to pull up my security camera. Hold on. There it is. Yeah, I have a security camera at the shop so I can see when a customer comes in. There we go. So that was all we heard from that. Coming over to the baby Evelyn case, we heard from several people, one of which was Megan's father, whom they prosecution came back and or the defense came back and got into court and asked him about his record of he got charged with kidnapping and some other charges and tried to make him look bad. Well, he did some bad things, but he said since 2012 he's been a clean puppy. But he did ask multiple times about the granddaughter. Either the day before or the day after Christmas, they went to Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, and Dollywood, area and, spent the day as a family. And, at that time, I have a button missing. How in the hell are these buttons getting missing? Move, Sensei. Oh, no, it don't. Well, it's not that big of an important button, but I don't know how those buttons get flipped off of this thing. Well, I'll have to look at it later. My keyboard is missing a button again. I don't understand how, but okay. So, the family went for every year they go down there the day before, the day after Christmas or something like that. And so they went and the baby wasn't there. And he said, well, where's the grandbaby? And she said, so and so has him. Well, that so and so is the father of the baby. Hey, Haley Mouse. Hey, Dawn. Hey, hello, it's Brit. All of y'all liked. Thank you so much. And so he is the father of the baby. Well, he said he didn't have a problem with the father of the baby having custody. But as time went on, no baby. So then they talked to him about the property and the building and everything where the baby was found. So the baby was found deceased, of course. Well, then they got a detective up on the stand. I think that's where we are right now. We're at the detective. So not a whole major lot going on that we've learned. Um, not a whole lot that we really nothing that made you go, "Aha." Kind of the same old stuff coming in. Sensei, stop it. Mm. Who's ready for the Super Bowl? If you're gonna be watching the Super Bowl, who are you rooting for? Who are you rooting for in the in the Super Bowl? Can y'all tell me? I'm looking for that button. I don't know where it went. You're rooting for the referees. I know, right? It is so sad about the Olympic skaters that passed away. And I really feel bad for them, but I also feel like the other passengers that passed away, they're getting a little recognition, but not a whole lot. Everyone's talking about the famous people that were on the plane that got lost their lives, and I'm like, every one of those people's lives were equally important. Um, yeah, it's really bad. And then we got some boycotting going on. I'm just like, I'm tired of it. But and I'm gonna say this, and this may come across political, but it's how I feel, and it's my channel. We have the national anthem that we sing, that is sung. You have the Black national anthem. What about the Native national anthem? The Mexican national anthem? The Chinese, the Russian, the German, the Czechs? I just am getting tired of all of it, and they have interpreters there for the national anthem and the show stuff that's not captioned, and then they get 13 last year, it was less than 13 seconds of the interpreter, and then they zoomed in on the performing artist and left the interpreter totally out. I was so pissed. Oh, no Super Bowl for you. No soup for you. You know where that comes from. No Super Bowl for you. I'm sorry you have to work. I am so sorry, honey. I remember those days, y'all. It no fun. Oh, just self-care as much as you can. I know you gotta take care of the babies, boo, but self-care as much as you can. So, I don't care what anthem is sung, I don't care who does what, but I just wanted it interpreted for the deaf and hard of hearing community, which is not happening again. And they hire some amazing people. I mean, one year they had this deaf guy who is an actor, he's a comedian, he is a huge advocate for the deaf community. He does an amazing job. Didn't show him but a few seconds. Then they had an actor from the movie Coda. If y'all have not seen the movie CODA, Coda, oh my gosh, y'all need to go see Coda. It is a movie about a girl whose family is deaf. Coda means child of deaf adult. My children are Codas. And it is a funny movie, so money. Haley Mouse. Then at every football game that there's a national something week going on or month going on, they need to honor it. I don't care what level, if it's a regular game or Super Bowl. If it's National Indigenous Persons Month, then you have National Indigenous people sing their tribal songs. If it's National Mexican Month, then at the football games, you have the Mexicans, you have all of the cultures. We are not two cultures in this country. The American national anthem goes across all cultures. It is the national, meaning everybody in the United States. And I know I may get people block me for this, but that's fine. I just think that it's just getting too much. It I have nothing against the black people having a national anthem if that's what they want. That's fine. What I'm having a problem with is all of the politicalness that's going on in a football game. A football game is between 2 teams, and that's it. All of this political stuff and the bantering and the rioting and the different, what is it called? Begins with a P. When people get together and scream and shout at the other side, but, um, all of that should be left out. National anthem into discussion. I think it's just getting too political for a football game. And if you're gonna do it for one race and culture, you need to do it for all. And that's all I'm gonna say. And I'm gonna be mad because when I sit there, they're not gonna show the interpreter. And I can't hear it. Donors flock to a fund for accused Luigi Mangione after news report. What is going on with him? Donations to Mangione's legal defense fund have picked up after the news report that they have slowed down. Wah. Mangione Online Fund has received $248,000 in donation to help defend him against the state and federal charges of unaliving the United Healthcare. I don't want to hear about that bull crap. He's got family that's so filthy rich. What the heck? He can get a public defender like everybody else. I'm on a tear. I shouldn't have taken a nap. Tables are turned on the Los Angeles arson suspect caught on camera in a takedown. Yay. Yay. Judges squashes Sandy Hook family settlement deal. What? What? That's news. Sandy Hook family will have to wait a little longer to recap anything from Alex Jones. On Wednesday, federal bankruptcy judge froze a settlement deal between the families, who say conspiracy theories spewed false claims regarding the 2012 shooting. The proposal laid out $16 million from liquidated assets that would be divided up or divvied up, with the families who sued Jones in connection with 75% of that amount. Connecticut receiving 75% of the amount, and the families who sued in Texas the rest, as well as collecting a 25% of anything over $12 million that Connecticut families received in reports. Wow. Are y'all there? Did I chase you away? I just believe in equality, and I don't feel that some things that are going on are equal. My humble opinion. Oh. NASA gives major update on the stranded astronauts rescue mission. Let me get this going. We'll have to wait. We got Judge. You know, I love y'all, and I know sometimes I can go off a little bit, but I'm just so tired of everyone fighting over stupid stuff. Stupid stuff.
Interview room at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and we spoke to her in the interview room.
Okay. And is that here in Blumpville, Sullivan County?
Sullivan County.
All right. Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to watch that interview that you did with Detective Harass?
Yes.
And what you reviewed, was that a true and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with Ms. Boswell back on February 18th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibit 62.
Full exhibit.
All right, and if I could, I'd like to play and publish that to the jury.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this video that you're about to watch has, well, what I'm going to call subtitles on it. Those are to aid you on the actual evidence is what's said in the video. Does everybody understand that? All right.
Well, we're back.
Hello.
Ethan does not have the baby.
But I don't know where she's at, if she hasn't yet or left.
He has not seen that baby since he was down here for Christmas.
He has seen her. I promise you, yeah.
And he went back to where he is.
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Are you sure he didn't take her with him? Well, I don't know what he did with her.
Does that not concern you?
I mean, yeah, but like, you all not know at all where she is?
No.
Well, what can we do?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Can you put out like an Amber Alert or something?
When is the last time you've seen her?
I guess more than a couple weeks ago, it was around January.
Well, he went back. Let me go back. January the 1st. And he did not take her.
Well, then I don't know. I really don't. Like, what do you do when your child's missing?
And you told us you were gonna meet him tomorrow in Colonial Heights. No. What was that about?
I was gonna try to contact him again and meet me.
You said you lived in Memorial Boulevard.
That's where the last time that I like went to go see her was.
How did you not contact him? You said that you didn't have a phone number.
I was gonna try to message him from Hunter stuff, get a hold of him.
Well, we were able to contact him and talk to him. And he said that the last time he seen her was, you come up and seen him in late November, early December,
And then he came back up in December.
right? And then you came over New Year's, and you didn't bring the baby because she had the flu.
I did have her with me. Me and Hunter went because Ethan got her some Christmas stuff.
You didn't have her with you because she had the flu
I
and
didn't have
was the
her.
grandmother.
I didn't have her with me.
He says you didn't.
Well, I did. I don't care what he's telling you, I did.
So when did the exchange happen? Where did you drop Evelyn off with you? That you're saying that this happened?
It must have been a couple days after that.
New Year's.
It was before New Year's because me and Hunter didn't have her on New Year's. Me and Hunter went to a party on New Year's.
So how long you and Hunter been together?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. Was she read her rights?
Are you gonna put on Amber or anything, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, my supervisors are on their way.
Okay.
And what was the conversation like that you had with Ethan whenever you dropped her off?
Well, I mean, he was really hateful with me because Hunter was there. He wouldn't even let me like pull up the driveway, drop her off, maybe walk it up.
Walk in.
The driveway.
What kind of relationship do you and Ethan have now? As far as,
What do you mean?
are you able to communicate? Are you?
I mean, no, not really. He does not want to talk to me about anything ever. He's been that way since me and her got together. He barely talks to me.
Have you communicated through text messages or anything like that? You've not sent him any text messages?
I've tried to call him and he doesn't answer me.
Have you tried through text messages to contact him?
Yeah, but he's not responding. I mean, I believe him off on his phone. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. I mean, I tried to text him, he's not responding. I've left him voicemails and stuff. He just does not answer, does not call back.
And what are you asking on these text messages or voicemails you're leaving?
Well, I've been like, hey, can you call me? I want to see her. He just does not call back.
And do you see your real mom?
My room mom?
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
I was just wondering if she still live on West Carter's Valley?
she's not there right now. I really don't know where she's at. She's going to go to the hotel for the night.
If, let's just say, if Ethan was to leave the baby with somebody, who would he leave it with?
I mean, I really don't know because, like, I know when Ethan was in the Army, he did not talk to his family. And really, when he was gone in the Army and I had Evelyn, we really didn't talk much. Which is why we're not together now. I mean, he just go like months and weeks without talking to me. Never really helped me out with her the whole time that I had her and he was in the Army. So, I mean, I really don't know who he talks to, who he fools around with or nothing.
He didn't talk to his grandfather or the ones.
I mean, I guess he did when he came up here, but, like, as far as I knew, anytime that, like, they tried to contact him, he just didn't respond. This guy named Paul is not his grandfather, but it's like his step-grandfather, and he would, like, all the time ask me about Ethan, and Ethan wouldn't talk to him.
Okay.
I don't know. I really could not tell you. He just kind of, like, stopped talking to his family because they didn't really help him out while he was here, or went to the Army.
And you don't have a phone?
No, I use hers.
You need to get your phone.
Okay. Do you want a description of her? Do you want me to try to find pictures of her?
Yeah, we'll need a description of her. I'm worried about, too, the broke arm.
I don't think she ever took her to the hospital and found out it was broke, though. I just know it was bruised. And that's all I know. I mean, I won't lie to you, when she was with me, there were a couple times that when she was trying to walk, she was like falling bruise her cheek, you know what I'm saying? But like, she was never bruised. I never whipped her. Some people disagree with that, but I mean, I just can't.
I mean, they're gonna fall when they.
Well, yeah, but I
Well,
mean, whenever that happened also, my dad was like, Mama called and said that you abused her because she has a bruise on her cheek. And I was like, you can't do that. Like, because for one, like, I never hit that baby. Ever. And I wouldn't, you know. Because when kids are bad, like, you know, bad, I believe, like, oh, you should take a toy away from them or something. Like, and like I said, I know a lot of people disagree with that, but you should spank your kids. I'm not one of those people.
This is making me so mad.
When,
Yeah, he lives in a barracks. They don't allow men to have babies in a barracks. Y'all know what a barracks is? It is an open room. Well, modern ones may not be, but it's a place where a bunch of men are living together. It's nasty. Stanky.
you gave the baby to Ethan, what did you do with all your stuff for the baby? Because when we went to the house, there was no baby stuff.
Some of her baby stuff is there, but I gave him about all of her clothes. And the only, like, bottles I had for her was just, like, one sippy cup. And it wasn't even, like, a sippy cup. It was, like, one of the kids' like, new pink cups. You know what I'm talking about, like, the straws in it? She's already switched the straws. And I mean, I really only kept that from the car because if nothing else, I would just, like, go buy, like, little plastic straws and give her stuff out of cups. And then I have baby stuff at, like, a mommy's and stuff like that. My grandma's. And the car seat's in Hunter's truck. Her car seat.
Is that what you were gonna use to pick her up tomorrow with?
Yeah, the car seat's in the truck. Well, we can take Alexis to go get her, don't get me wrong, but the car seat is in the truck.
She knows where the baby is. Babies aren't
So,
deceased.
tomorrow at 4, who were we gonna meet down there since?
I didn't even know he went back. I thought he was still up here. To be honest with you, because he literally did not tell me anything.
And when did you make the arrangement to meet him tomorrow? Yeah, like when was that discussed with you?
I mean, it's been a long time ago.
Okay.
Tomorrow's the 19th, right? The 18th, yeah, the date's right.
Was it after he took Evelyn with him?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he got mad because he asked me for have custody of her, and I said you'll have to take me to court over it. I was like, I would not keep her from you, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, if you want to have custody, we're going to go to court, and it's going to be set up like the right way. They're not going to sign half of her over to you, you know what I mean?
She's an individual, not a Kit Kat bar where you can break it in half and just give it to somebody.
Why did you get mad about that?
That's what pisses me off
It was
about
like-
divorce.
The day of Christmas.
Give you half of her. She's
When did
Please.
you all officially break up?
Sometime in November, I don't know, to be honest with you.
When you went down there to see him?
Yeah.
Whenever you and Ethan went to that party, whose house was that party at?
Me and Hunter went, and it was at this guy named Clint's house that Hunter's friend with.
You and Hunter went to a New Year's Eve party?
Yeah. Hunter's first name was Preston. I'm sorry if that confuses you. I've always called him Hunter.
It's fun. Went to a New Year's Eve party. Where was that at?
It's in Piney Flat at Clint's house.
She said Clint.
Yeah.
Who is Clint? Just a friend?
It's one of Hunter's friends.
So what do you think about
I'm sorry, I just saw something that just floored the hell out of me. The average Super Bowl 59 ticket is $6,797. And those suites, like where Taylor Swift sits, are $530,000 to $1.9 million. Those are all gone, but they have a few available. Even those entry-level suites are long gone per ticket prices. As of January 22nd, the lowest price suite available will cost you $881,153 before the 5% sales tax, which will add another $44,000. So you're looking at over $900,000 for the cheapest suite.
our situation?
Holy crap! Who
Well,
pays
I don't know
that
what's
shit?
going on. I want to know what's going on. I mean, like, I'm
Even
not
for a
panicking on the
ticket.
inside. You know, I mean, I don't know what to do.
I'd rather do
There's
without
not
it.
really much I can do.
Rather do without it.
Michelle, she's on her way down to get the phone recorded.
Is that your supervisor?
She's one of the ones that works with me. And there's no
Yeah, do you know
supervisor.
what? I'd rather see the
They're all
money
away from kids.
go to the sick, homeless, or hurricane victims, fire victims, other people, anything but that crap. That is so.
Did you spend any time with Ethan over the years?
Mm-mm. Like I said, I know he went back down to Louisiana, wherever he's at. Mississippi, or whatever you all said, I know he went back down there.
So he told you he was living in Kingsport. Earlier, did you tell us he was living in Lumpville? You thought he was living in Lumpville?
Well, it's that apartment in Kingsport or Blumpville, because it's on Memorial Boulevard, in between.
Questions?
$5,000 for nosebleed.
So what do you all do when Amber looks out?
Medium section is
Like, what's the
set
process
to
after?
We're gonna have to put this
18,000.
baby tonight. And I don't know where this baby is, but it's gotta be found.
Hell
Well, how did you
no.
find her not?
I don't know. I've never run into this in my 20 years here.
Ain't that the truth?
But we've got to find her. And Ethan doesn't have her, you don't have her. Where did this baby go?
I don't know.
What did Preston think about the baby?
What do you mean?
Or Hunter, do you call him Hunter?
Yeah, that's his middle name, I'm sorry.
Okay,
That's
well,
not there.
Well, I didn't know what you called him by. Was Hunter jealous of the baby because it was by another
No,
person? I was just asking, because some people, are like that.
no, he's not like that.
Maybe one of the questions that popped in my head, maybe he didn't want the baby.
Ethan?
No, Hunter.
No. But Ethan and I used to get into it, and he used to tell me he didn't want Evelyn, that I wasn't his baby. We used to have fights like that all the time, and I'd be like, I'll give you DNA test, I know this child's yours.
There's my supervisor.
Ethan and I used to get into it, he used to like, ready to kill me all the time and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of why we broke up. I don't think he's a bad person, I don't make him sound that way, but you know what I'm saying?
All right, Mr. Lewis, this interview took place February 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you as an investigator of PCS continue to search for and attempt to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And were you able to do that? Were you able to find her?
No.
Did you ever the DCS, or you personally ever receive any reports from the defendant, Megan Boswell, that her child was missing?
No,
Did Megan Boswell ever produce Evelyn or bring her to you?
no,
Since DCS was involved in this, since you all had received a referral, if there had been any court proceedings that had been instituted or took place regarding custody of Evelyn, would you all have been notified or made a party to that?
yes,
Okay. At any point in time, were there ever any custody proceedings or custody petitions filed seeking custody of Evelyn?
no,
Okay. Either by Megan Boswell or any other person?
no,
As a result of the fact that she could not produce Evelyn, she could not be found, what did you do next as far as your role as an investigator was concerned?
My next step was I consulted with DCS supervision, and we had decided to file a petition for requesting an order to produce the child.
And was such an order obtained?
It was.
And what was that through? Which
That
court?
was through the Sullivan County Juvenile Court.
And as a result of that, was Miss Boswell ordered to produce the child, produce Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And did she ever produce Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott, Mr. Horn had for you.
Scott?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
Doing well.
I just have a little bit of questions about the timing of these interviews. You went to the house where Megan was and interviewed her. What time of day was that?
Approximately 4:45 p.m.
It was on February the 18th.
Yes.
And then the video we just watched, was that the same day?
Yes.
What time was that?
I want to say approximately at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so a time period of about 3 hours, 15 minutes.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Did you take any further statement from her that day?
No.
Thank you.
Peter,
No, Your Honor.
is he free to go with any man?
Hello, everybody. Hello, June.
I don't think we need a judge.
Thanks for joining us again.
You agree, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, thank you for your testimony. You release your-
As soon as the other person gets on the stand, I'm
Thank you,
going to do a
sir.
comfort break.
Statement called Casey Salts.
Last name?
Salts, Saults.
I'm going to go ahead and take that comfort break. I'll be right back.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Casey Salts?
You solemnly swear from testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes. Good afternoon. Hi. Your name is Casey Salts, is that correct?
Yes,
And where do you live?
in Elizabethton.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Can you tell us how, and I'm going to ask you to maybe go just a little bit closer to that microphone so we can catch your voice. Thank you. Tell us how you know Megan Boswell.
She was a foster child to my parents.
Okay. And what is your mom's name?
Gail Kite or
Okay.
Patricia Kite.
Okay. And so did Megan Boswell live with your mom, Gail Patricia
Yes.
Kite, when she was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And did she also have Evelyn while she was living with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Megan Boswell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out to us, please?
She's right there.
Okay. Can you describe what she's wearing, please?
A blue jacket, navy blue jacket.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask the court to acknowledge that. Just identified the defendant. Okay. So during this time frame, are we talking about 2018 and early 2019? Or and you may not know the answer to this, when she was living with your mom?
I'm thinking it was just 2019.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Do you remember when Megan gave birth to Evelyn?
Yes.
And where were you working at the time?
Premier Pediatrics.
Okay. And obviously we probably know the answer to this, but what is Premier Pediatrics?
A pediatrician's office.
Okay. And where was Premier Pediatrics located?
In Johnson City.
Okay. Do you remember how many, is that place still open?
No.
Okay. That's why I'm asking it kind of in the past tense. It's now closed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many pediatricians were working there at the time?
2.
Okay. And what were their names?
Dr. Pugh and Dr. Trosen.
Okay. And what was your job description there?
Receptionist, front office.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what your job duties were at that pediatrician's office?
Scheduling and making appointments, answering phone calls, medical records, all the front duties.
Okay. Would you check people in?
Yes. Check in, check out.
Okay. Okay. And were you able to like see the waiting room when people would come in, or would they come up to the window and check in? How would that work?
They would come into the waiting room, or no, they would come into the front office to the window and check in. And then we had 2 separate waiting rooms, one for well visits and one for sick visits. You could kind of see in there from where we were from the doors open, but to actually like see in there, you had to get up and walk in there.
Okay. After Evelyn was born, is this the office that Megan Boswell brought Evelyn to for her well visits?
Yes.
And when she would bring Evelyn, would you know when they came into the office?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that based upon what you just told us about how the office runs?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your experience of that office, can you tell us what your office schedule was for newborns? Like how often would they come in?
They would come in like once a month for the first couple of months, and then we would kind of space them out to every 3 to 4 months until they were about 2 years old, and then they would come once a year.
Okay. So for that first year, is it common for them to come more than once from 0 to 3 months?
Yes.
What about from 3 to 6 months? How often would they come?
I'm thinking it would be about 2 to 3 times within that time frame.
Okay. What about from say 6 to 9 months?
Probably just once at the end. I think by then it was like every 3 months.
Okay. And same from 9 to 12 months, it would be just one
Yes.
visit? Okay. When a newborn and a baby in that first year, would they always, when they came to the office, would they always see the same doctor, or would they?
We would try to keep them with the same doctor just for continuity of care.
Okay.
But if that doctor was unavailable, the other pediatrician would also see them too.
Okay. And did Premier Pediatrics keep records of visits on their patients?
Yes.
Was that done on every patient,
Yes.
including the records of Evelyn Boswell?
Correct.
Okay. And since you worked in the front, were you aware of whether that office did any kind of reminders for patients to remind them of appointments?
Yes. They would get like an automated call the day before,
Okay.
and we could see if they answered or replied back to that.
Okay. So you could kind of see if they said, yes, I'm coming, or no, I need to
Right.
reschedule, or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Did your office also give appointment cards
We
out?
did.
Okay. And when would that be done?
Usually when you check out for your previous appointment, we would schedule the next one and
Okay.
give an appointment card.
Okay. And after Evelyn was born, did Megan Boswell bring her to her scheduled appointments?
Yes.
Oh. All righty. Yeah, y'all, I'm going to be doing some bead work while we're listening. So if I'm to the side, please forgive me. I'm at the phase where I got to put all the rhinestones in.
Okay, we're just going to ask for some clarification on that. When I asked that last question, did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn, and I'll ask it in a different way maybe, did she bring Evelyn to her normal appointments for, say, the first weeks that she was supposed to bring her? Did she bring Evelyn to those appointments?
Yes.
Okay. And did she continue to bring her to appointments up until a certain time closer to the end of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. For her 12-month visit, is that something that would have been scheduled at Evelyn's last appointment, her previous appointment?
You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, it would have. Yes, sirree, Bob.
Okay. And okay. And so we asked about the appointment card. Do you recall anyone babysitting Evelyn during that same time, around early December?
Yes.
Okay. Who babysat Evelyn?
My aunt,
Okay. What was her name?
Sue Whitson.
Okay. And is that your mom's sister?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know when she babysat Evelyn?
I don't know like the exact dates, but I do know that she kept her a few times
Okay. Do you know what month that was in?
early December.
Okay. And do you recall receiving a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What was the photograph of?
Evelyn's had a really bad diaper rash.
Okay. And that's a photograph that you saw yourself
Yes.
of Evelyn. Okay. Can you describe what it looked like?
Really blistery, and you could kind of see like on the sides of her legs where she had been scratching, possibly some scratch marks.
Okay. Since you're working at a pediatrician's office, did you show that to anyone?
I did show it to one of the nurses. I don't recall which nurse I had showed it to though.
Okay. And you're not going to be able to say what they told you, but then what did you then tell your Aunt Sue about what she needed to do with Evelyn?
Objection. I think we're getting far afield here.
I'm not asking to elicit hearsay. I'm asking what she told.
Sidebar. Y'all, my daughter was allergic to fruit and she had the worst diaper rash. And the school, the Mommy's Day Out daycare program, called CPS on me and opened up an investigation because she was so blistered. We had her in the doctor's 4 times in 2 weeks trying to figure out what was causing it. And the doctor says, I believe she's cut out all fruit. And he sent a note to the school because they give them fruit. And we had to have a note for the school or daycare that said no fruit. The child is having allergic reactions to fruit. Do not give this child any fruit. And then they called CPS on me because of her diaper rashes. Well, lo and behold, when they did the CPS
Okay, so we're going to move to Evelyn's
found out
12-month
they were giving her fruit roll-ups every time they walked.
Did Megan
in.
Boswell bring Evelyn to her 12-month well visit?
No.
They got in trouble, not me. I just was so pissed. We left. We wouldn't take her back there. We refused to take her back there. They had a mark on their record from CPS.
I'm going to pass you a document, see if you can identify it.
Acid fruits definitely caused that. Bless her. Oh, it was. She walked like a sumo wrestler, and she had blisters so bad. They looked like third-degree burns. You know those big water blisters.
Do you recognize that?
I mean, I
Yes.
stay up all night.
Do you recognize the
I would
handwriting?
hold her
Yes.
naked.
Whose handwriting is that?
That is mine.
Okay.
was
Do you
a
recognize what that
nightmare.
document is?
Correct. Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when you produced that document?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd be asked for that to be admitted as exhibit number 63.
My bad.
I was so mad. We had a come to Jesus meeting. But what got me is I got called for it, and they were doing it.
The reminder card.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
So if you got babies and you're feeding them fruit and they having the worst diaper rash, you can't understand what it is, cut the fruit. It's most likely the fruit.
Okay.
It's too much for their
You see
little
that okay?
system. I did everything I was
Is that
supposed
the
to do, and
appointment
I still
card
got.
that you wrote on
called
for
on.
Megan Boswell?
Yes.
I was not a happy mama.
And for the appointment of December 5th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
I was afraid she was going to scar. It was so bad. It was bad.
So when she did not show up for her appointment, what did you do?
I texted Megan.
Okay. So you had her contact information?
I did. Where
Okay.
she was part of the family, we did keep in contact.
Okay. And how would you contact her?
Through Facebook Messenger mostly.
Okay. And had you communicated with her before on Facebook, or was this the first
Yes. No, I've
Yeah.
communicated with her before.
time? Okay. And is that how you reached out to her that day?
Yes.
I'll pass you another document. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Can you tell, without telling me what it says, can you tell me what it is?
Oh, you can't see
It's
me.
like the text thread of off of Messenger where we were talking.
My apologies.
Okay.
Yeah, but
And
the
is that a fair and
rhinestones
accurate
on it.
representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
We'd ask that to be admitted as exhibit number 64, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, sir. The full exhibit 64.
Permission to publish? Your Honor, we've got a few more of these. Would you like for me to leave the Elmo up until we're done? Okay. 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 So obviously that's your name on the left. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so then Megan Boswell's is in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you said, the message that you sent to Megan that day?
That Evelyn had an appointment today. Do you need me to reschedule it? It was for her 1-year baby check.
Okay. And then what did Megan Boswell say in response?
That she had thought it was the next day.
Okay. And then I'm missing part of that. What did you say in response to her?
I had asked her where she was,
And what was her response?
that she was working.
Okay. And I meant to ask you, the date is December 5th, 2019.
Yes,
Okay. And this would have been after her appointment, after she'd already missed the appointment.
right.
And did you reschedule her appointment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you rescheduled it?
I don't recall the date, no.
Okay. I'm going to pass you.
Yeah, that's okay. I got it for you. Boy, this E6000 glue dries quick, man.
I'm going to give you a second to read through that. I believe it's 2 pages. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate representation of an additional conversation that you had with the defendant?
yes.
And how did you have that conversation?
Through Facebook Messenger.
Okay. What is the date of that conversation?
December 6th and December 11th.
Okay. And does that December 6th date help refresh your memory on the date that her appointment was rescheduled for?
Well, I did ask about the baby's appointment today, so I would say that I did reschedule it for the next day.
Okay. So that would have been December 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 65, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So the December 6th message,
Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and let her look at this one too and keep it together as 1, 6, and 11. Sorry. To keep this is one continuous. I'm going to give you one additional page for that same exhibit. If you could just take a look at it, please. Okay. And do you recognize that as also being part of that conversation?
Yes.
same thing.
Does that go into the date of December 11th as well?
Yes.
Okay. But that's to be that collective exhibit number 65.
You full exhibit 65.
Yes, sir.
But
Permission to publish?
go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Saltz, I'm going to go through one page at a time of this, okay?
Mhm.
So again, this is the day after that first missed appointment. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of this conversation?
December 6th,
Okay, and what do
2019.
you, I'm sorry.
December 6th, 2019.
And what do you ask the defendant, Megan Boswell?
What about the baby's appointment today?
And what does Megan say to you?
That she says I had to come in. I've been called in since 4:30 a.m. I'll have to reschedule it. That she'd been working crazy hours.
Okay. And what did you ask her?
Where she was working,
And what did Megan Boswell say?
the chicken place.
And then what did you tell her in response?
To just tell me a day when she can come for sure.
Okay. And then did she respond to you?
Yeah, she said that she'll figure it out and that she's working all day tomorrow.
Is this a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you say back in response to Megan Boswell?
I told her it was okay. I just didn't want her to get too far behind on her shots.
Okay. And does the next conversation start on December 11th?
Yes.
And is that started by Megan Boswell to
Yes.
you? Okay. What does Megan Boswell say to you?
She's asking if her dad or Ashley can bring Evelyn for a doctor's appointment because she had been working really hard from
Okay.
4:30 to 6:30.
Okay, and does she say that she's staying past 6:30?
Oh, yeah, it does say, and then she's staying after to clean too.
Okay, and what is your response to her?
I told her that, yeah, it was fine, that they could bring her. Do I need to make an appointment?
And then what does Megan Boswell say to you?
That when her dad wakes up, she'll ask him if he can.
Okay. And the last page of this exhibit. Are we still on December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
And then what do you say in response to her?
I asked her, is she sick or does she need, is it for the well child visit?
Well, at the top, I think you responded to her first at the very top.
Oh,
Forget,
we
is
went
that,
over
was that
that.
on this slide? Okay, go ahead. So you say to her, is she sick or for her well child check?
Yes,
And what does she say to you?
for her well child.
Okay. And then what do you say back to her?
I said, okay, I'll look through the schedule and see when I can get her in.
Okay. Do you recall if you rescheduled that for a date?
I want to say that I did, but I don't remember an exact date.
Okay.
Yeah, she couldn't have strawberries. Oh, yeah. Strawberries are really bad for a lot of youngins. A lot of people struggle with strawberry. I'm really bad with citrus. I'm deadly. Deadly with citrus. Haley Mouse, thank you so much.
I'm going to pass you one last set of photographs. I'll give you a second to read through them. Okay. And are you able to identify that?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
yes.
Okay, what is it?
It's more of a text thread off Facebook Messenger,
Okay, what is the date of that?
December
conversation?
13th of
Okay.
2019.
Okay, and is that also a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 66.
What was the date again?
December 13th, 2019, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Again, I'm going to show it to you one page at a time. Okay, so you said the date on that was December 13th, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Megan Boswell?
Is Evelyn coming today?
Is that because she had an appointment scheduled for that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I had said
Actually, I should ask you this. Did she respond to that message at all?
no.
Okay. So then what did you say?
I said, I need to know. Dr. Pugh is asking. She's not happy about her missing these appointments.
Okay. And what did
No,
Megan
and
Boswell say in
they'll
response to
fire
you?
you as a
That she was
patient.
going to switch her pediatrician to somewhere closer.
Okay. And does she say anything else?
That she could pay for missed appointments or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, they
And
don't.
then
They
what
don't put
do
up
you
with
say
that
in
crap.
response?
I
to
told
her?
her no is okay. Dr. Pugh is just worried about y'all. She said it's not like y'all to miss appointments. That was a typo. She was asking me if I knew what was going on.
Okay. All right. Okay. How long did you work at Premier Pediatrics?
Probably a little over 4 years.
Okay. And during that time, I'm assuming like children would switch pediatricians. Is
Correct.
that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when they did, would you get record requests from the new doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a record request from another pediatrician for Evelyn Boswell?
Nope.
Not to my knowledge.
From any other doctor's office for Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Is it typical, based upon the time that you were there for 4 years, typically would you get a request from another doctor to get their vaccine records, et cetera, of the
Yes.
child? Okay. And I'm assuming you personally, you've met Evelyn yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Evelyn alive?
November 28th of
Okay.
2019.
Okay. So it had been just a little bit after she turned 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were?
At my home.
Okay. And do you remember why she was there?
I think Megan and Evelyn were going to visit with my parents and they were busy. So she stopped by to visit with me.
Okay. So she just came by to visit and
Yeah.
it was just Megan and Evelyn together?
Yes.
Did Evelyn appear healthy that day?
Yeah.
Any concerns that you had for her?
No.
Was she mobile yet?
Yeah.
Was she walking?
Toddling around. I think
Okay.
she was still holding on to stuff, but she was getting around.
All right. Please answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Horn.
Ms. Salts, right?
Yes.
My name's Tim Horn. I'm one of Megan's attorneys. I just want to ask you a couple quick questions to make sure I understood your testimony. And that is, since Evelyn's birth, up until roughly right at the 12-month mark, Megan was bringing Evelyn in
Like she should be.
as recommended for these wellness checkups.
Correct.
It would be a fair statement to say that she did that up until Ms. Masson could ask you right at the infancy or the onset of December.
Correct.
So a year.
Yeah.
And during that year period, you said you'd worked in a pediatrician's office for about 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
It would be normal or customary that if, when you're examining a child and you saw signs of abuse or neglect, you'd have a duty to report that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And that's a statutory duty that's imposed upon physicians and doctors to do.
Correct.
First responders.
So
Yeah.
I'm gleaning from your testimony that Megan was doing everything that a mother should, or that we would want a mother to do for this first year of this child's life.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing documented, or there was no concerns about Evelyn's welfare. Is that correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
And so essentially the substance of your testimony here today is that at the end of December, at the infancy of December there, she just didn't show and never showed from that point on.
Right.
That's all the questions I had.
No, you're not.
Knew that was going to be a problem.
Yes, Your Honor. She can be released.
Ms. Sauce, thank you for your testimony today. And you can be released from the stand.
Thank you.
State was called Dr. Barbara Pugh.
Oh, here comes the doctor. Doctors do not like doing this, I tell you. Not in their wheelhouse of a wanna-dos. I'm having a really hard time getting a bead to lay down, or a rhinestone to lay down. I gotta fix this one. So what do y'all think so far?
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony that you have the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Dr. Pugh, if you would scoot up real close to that microphone there so we can pick you up.
Okay.
There you go. That's better. All right. Your full name, please.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
All right. And where are you employed, Ms. Pugh?
I am currently retired. I'm a pediatrician.
All right. And how long were you a pediatrician?
I think 37 years.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
What
Congratulations
where
on
did you
your
practice?
longevity.
I own my own practice Premier Pediatrics in
Oh.
Johnson City.
All right. And was that an open pediatrician's office back in 2018?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. While you were had that pediatrician's office, did you have a patient there by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
I did.
All right. And the mother of the child, her name was Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. How many doctors were in the practice there at Premier Pediatrician?
At that time, we had a physician assistant and another doctor, another pediatrician.
So how did that work when you had a patient there at the office? Did one doctor, was that assigned to a specific patient, or was it just kind of on a
Well, they could
rotational
request
basis?
who they wanted to see, but most often they saw the same one for their physicals, usually.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
builds
did you see
continuity.
Evelyn shortly after she was born there in your office?
My partner at the time, Dr. Trozen, saw her for the very first time at 8 days of age.
All right. And would you all have reviewed her birth records from the hospital as part of your usual protocol in taking her on as a new patient?
Yes, and that was in the chart when Dr. Trozen got the information.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review Evelyn's chart?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note any concerns as far as her birth, pregnancy, anything like that prior to her coming on as a patient there at your office?
Well, the mother was a teen mother, and in pediatrics, we consider that
A
of
risk.
concern. So she was 17 at the time. The baby had group B strep. Mama was group B strep positive, so the baby got Zodex for a couple days. But
Oh,
she went home in
really?
2 days. She was small for gestational age, like 5 pounds and 6 ounces, I think it was. So she was small, but other than that, she was doing well.
All right.
Low
And
birth
did
weight.
you all see her on a regular basis there at your office?
Yes, she came for her physicals 2 weeks or 16 days is how she was, but she came for the second visit, and then 2, 4, 6, and 9 months.
And again, you said you had an opportunity to review her records. Anything stand out to you as far as health concerns during that first year?
No, the last time we saw her was for a sick visit. She was about 10 and a half months old. So that was the last visit in October of 2019. But her 2, 4, 6, 9 months visits, in 2 weeks, she was doing well.
Okay.
She had a few little odds and ends, but they're normal.
Okay.
No.
Developing normal like a
Yes,
a
she was
newborn
growing well, and her developmental skills were very well. She was actually advanced at 9 months, talking some, and she was doing well.
Okay. So meeting normal milestones, nothing that would,
Yes.
as a pediatrician, would give you any sort of concern.
No, she was doing well.
Okay. You aware that she had a visit scheduled for December the 5th, 2019?
That probably would have been it should have been her 12-month checkup.
All right. And you learned that she failed to make that visit. Is that correct?
Yes, I think she had more than one. I think it may have been rescheduled, but I'm not sure. But she did have, because the front office takes care of that, but she did not come anymore after 10 and a half months.
All right. And obviously, as a pediatrician, it's important for you to see the child regularly during the early parts of her
Yes.
life, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
we have a,
So did that concern you when she did not show back up for her year visit?
well, yes, but in pediatrics, it's, sometimes people move, they change, so you don't always know as the doctor, you may not know why they don't show up, but all you can do is call and try to find out and follow up.
Okay. All right. So you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in October of 2019.
Well, actually, Dr. Trozen saw her that day for a sick visit.
So the last time your office saw her.
Yes.
Does your office maintain medical records as a normal course of treating patients
Yes.
there?
Of
When
course they did.
I sold my practice to,
Hello.
when the charts are maintained, but Dr. Justin Jones with Ballot Health.
Okay.
He's a pediatrician.
So the records stayed with the clinic.
Dr. Pugh, I'm going to hand you some records and ask you to take a look at them, see if you can identify them.
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the charts from my office.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of the medical records of Evelyn Boswell
Yes.
that were maintained by your office?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit 67, please.
Exhibit 67.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. If you would answer any questions, I believe Mr. Horn might have for you.
Oh, okay. So he didn't ask her any more about the records. Interesting.
So all but the first visit you saw Evelyn. Is that my
Not
understanding?
the first and the last visit. I didn't see
Okay,
her.
last. But you would have had access, so when you did treat her, you would have access to all of her medical records.
Yes, they would be in the chart.
And as a pediatrician in the state of Tennessee, would it be fair, I mean, is it your understanding of the law that if a pediatrician's examining a
Why are
child
you
and they
asking that?
suspect abuse or neglect or something that's affecting the welfare of that child, they have an obligation to report it?
Yes.
Are you going to put it onto
And to
her
your
that you
knowledge,
didn't
do
report it?
the records that were made in regards to Evelyn, was there anything in there that would cause, warrant, or impose a duty to report anything to law enforcement to require to
No, or-
investigate that?
No, or I would have taken care of it.
I imagine you would. Your medical license is important to you. So fair statement to say that Evelyn was progressing the way she
Yes.
should progress, and that Megan was fulfilling, up until the point you last seen her, her maternal responsibilities as far as it relates to the child.
Or, yes.
That's all the questions I have. Judge.
You ready?
No, you're right.
She's free to go.
She is.
Dr. Pugh, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
You're
you.
released from your subpoena and you're free to go. Sorry, Nick.
State call Paul Miller.
So really all they're doing is laying groundwork right here. Of the child was a healthy girl. There were no cause for concerns of her medical. She was actually a little advanced in her markers for talking and some of her motor skills, which was good. But she was born underweight. And
Raise your hand, sir.
they tested her and she was
Paul
positive for
Miller, solemnly
strep.
swear affirm testimony about the
They
truth,
did
the whole
they
truth,
did
and
treat her for that.
speak in your mouth.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up real close to that mic so we can pick you up, okay? You're Paul Miller, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Miller, where do you live?
I live in Johnson City.
Okay. Now, at one point in time, you were married to Ethan Perry's grandmother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So just getting this straight for everybody, you are Ethan Perry's step grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And at one point in time, you believed that Ethan was the biological father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay.
Oh, he's not.
Did Ethan ever live with you?
Whoa. What happened? We lost a court feed, y'all. I'm sorry. So Ethan is not the father? Oh my gosh. Here comes the drama. Here comes the tea again. Okay, we got court back. Whew.
You testified earlier, mentioned that you got to see Evelyn in late October 2019.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her after that?
No, sir.
So who is the father of that baby girl? I want to know. I need to know. I got to know. Anybody know?
Thank you, Mr. Miller. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott may have for you.
Yeah, that is something that I was going to notate. Up until the time of the baby's disappearance, she seemed like a decent mom. What happened? Did she just get tired of being a mom? Was she at threat of losing her boyfriend? I don't know.
Mr. Miller, you said that
But
Megan
why?
made you aware you were a grandparent.
Correct.
And that y'all were friends on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
And that Megan posted pictures of her and Evelyn frequently.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but was it fairly regular?
Yes, sir.
And I imagine you liked or commented on those photos from time to time.
Yes, sir.
And did it appear from those photos that Megan enjoyed being a mother,
It did.
that she loved the child,
It did.
and that she was enjoying time spending with that child, spending time with that child?
It did.
And you actually met Evelyn, did I understand you?
Yes, sir.
And spent some time with her.
Yes, sir.
And during all of those photographs that you've seen in the time you were with Megan and Evelyn, did you ever have reason to suspect that Megan was maybe abusing this child or neglecting this child?
No, sir.
It'd be fair to say that she actually loved this child a lot.
It appeared to me she did.
Okay, it's fair. And that she enjoyed motherhood.
Yes, sir.
So other than up until December, then
Now
you had
I
no
wanna know what
cause or
went
no
wrong.
reason to
What went
believe
wrong?
that Evelyn was in danger or wasn't being cared for.
Correct.
That's all the questions we have.
Sorry, y'all. I got the fan blowing.
Can't judge us.
Mr. Miller, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir. And
Thank you.
We request it.
We'll take 15.
One stand, please.
So those of you who don't know,
Thank you.
Can we set 15 minutes?
see you in 15.
Stand, please.
Okay, so it appears to me that they're pretty much laying the groundwork of the type of mother she is. And apparently, she was a good mom. Apparently, up until the point of this incident, nobody had problems with her ability to be a parent. So, where did everything go wrong? Why did this happen? What was it, an accident? But no, it couldn't have been, because she was strangled, and they even used her blanket, and they used tinfoil. Oh my God. When I think about that, I just cringe. Y'all, I just cringe when I think about that. Tinfoil. Unaliving your daughter with tinfoil, to me, is just madly insane. Madly insane. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know why you would do that. The love affair murder trial is back in order. We're gonna hop over here just during break, and then we'll be back on the other one. Tonight I'm going to be out of town for an evening for a meeting. So what's going to happen is tomorrow we'll catch up on all this.
And for the record, say spell your first and last name, please.
James, J-A-M-E-S, Duggan.
So we'll catch up on this to other one tomorrow. But for now, while we're on the 15, we're going to watch this.
Okay, good.
Thank everybody for sticking with me. I know it's a kind of quiet day
Good morning.
today.
What is
I
your current
am under
occupation?
now a deadline to
retired.
get these done.
Your current occupation is retired, and do you do any volunteer work?
I do. I
What
work
do you
for
do?
Lee County Sheriff's Office as a volunteer patrol officer.
Do you have a background then in investigations?
I do.
Okay, what were you
We call those
doing,
granny-
specifically
granny
around
or
the
grandpa
timeframe
cop.
of 2017?
Granny or
What was
papa
your
cops.
occupation then?
In corporate headquarters for a company called Cody Incorporated. I ran 3 departments. I was the chief security officer, vice president of risk management, and vice president of brand protection.
During the timeframe of 2016, then, were you part in that role in Cody when you acquired a portion of Procter & Gamble?
Yes, I was.
And just briefly, we've heard testimony on it. Then, what was that transition as far as your role?
My role was then, from a risk management perspective, was to ensure all the assets for the corporation. And my other role as in security was to view all their facilities for security purposes, security audits.
I'm sorry.
Lost
Security
in,
audits.
he was pretty much lost in
Where
prevention.
were you located? Meaning, what was your home office where you resided?
At corporate headquarters in Manhattan, New York.
Did you know a Fabio Cementelli?
Yes, I did.
Exhibit 13 on the screen. Then, do you recognize that as Fabio?
Yep.
How did you first meet Fabio?
In 2016, in October, early October, Cody organized a meeting in Cannes, France, between the top 200 marketing and sales people and management people from Procter & Gamble that were becoming part of the acquisition with our top 200. And I ran security for that event in Cannes.
Did you have, from that day forward, any ongoing communications with Fabio?
I did not. The only time I spoke with Fabio was we had lunch one of the days in Cannes together. We sat at the same table, spoke briefly.
So in other words, did your department or your role have any interaction with what he was doing as far as Cody and Woodland Hills directly?
I did not.
On the date of January 23rd, 2017, or shortly thereafter in the early morning hours of January 24th, did you find out that Fabio had been killed?
So the evening of the 23rd, late in the evening, New York time or East Coast time, I received a phone call from our public relations officer in New York at home on my cell, telling me that Fabio had been murdered at home.
When you found out that information, what did you do?
I asked some questions about what happened, and she shared with me what was publicly known. And then I went to bed, and the next morning I reached out when time permitted. I reached out to the LAPD to see if I could track down who was the detective handling the case.
Why did you do that?
I've been given instructions by our CEO, Camilo Pond, to assist in the investigation in any way Cody could. I would be the go-between between Cody and law enforcement to assist with the investigation.
And when you say assist, what did that mean to you?
Well, it meant anything that potentially Cody could help with, whether they needed access to his computer, whether they needed access to whatever they needed in the company records. I was to secure that for him.
So is it fair to say then Cody was attempting to be cooperative with law enforcement?
Correct.
Did you contact a specific detective?
So I reached out. I found the captain of the homicide, and he gave me Gene Parcel's name and phone number and told me to call him. He would be the detective handling the case.
And did you call Detective Parshall?
I did.
At some point then, well, let me ask you this. During that call, did Detective Parshall give you any specific details of the investigation up to that point? Knowing that
That's what I was going to ask,
No,
Kaylee Mouse. How long was their
Did you let 'em know
relationship?
that
We
they
haven't
were
heard any of that
I was
yet.
available. If they needed access to his computer, they needed any passwords, I would secure those for him.
Did you end up subsequently flying to Los Angeles?
I told detective that I would be out in 3 weeks for counterfeit training with LA Sheriff's Office and Orange County Sheriff's Office. And would I be able to, if I could set aside some time, could I meet with him? And we agreed on a day and time, which was a Thursday, 3 weeks later.
When you indicated counterfeit training, was this unrelated to anything to do with the death of Fabio? It was another part of your
Correct.
job?
Correct. That was part of my brand protection responsibilities.
So around, was that on Thursday?
Some people call that loss and
March
prevention.
9th then? Did you fly out here?
I flew out, I believe either that Sunday night or Monday morning, I believe possibly Monday morning that week, and did the counterfeit trainings on Monday, Tuesday. I went to our office on Wednesday and met with the HR person there. His name is Henry. And then I met with the detective on Thursday.
So that would be March 9th.
March 9th.
Of 2017.
Correct.
When you say home office, are you talking about the one in Woodland Hills?
Their office, yes.
Okay. And there you met with Henry Meyer.
Correct.
Did you ever reach out to Fabio's wife, Monica Cementelli?
So Henry gave me her name and phone number, her cell phone number, and I reached out to her that Thursday afternoon after I spoke with the detective.
Up until this point in time, had you ever met Monica Cementelli?
I had not.
Had you ever talked to Monica Cementelli?
I had not.
Have you since then, did you end up meeting her face to face?
I did not. We never met face to face.
Okay. So when you spoke to her then, how did that happen?
So I called her on the phone, told her who I was and that I was head of security for Cody. And I've been given instructions to assist the LAPD in the investigation any way Cody could. And I also was told her, and I also then asked her if there was anything I could do that Cody could do for her.
And what did she say?
Money.
She asked me for could I give some help finding out what's going on with the life insurance?
There
Is
you
that
go.
the first thing she
Bingo.
asked?
Life insurance. Oh,
That's the only
let me
thing she
fix the
asked,
monitor.
yes.
That's the only thing she asked you?
Correct.
Did she ask you for
Money.
any help with relocating or moving out of the house?
No,
Did she ask you for any help with restoring the security system in her house?
no.
What did you tell her about the life insurance proceeds?
So I told her that I was flying back to New York on Friday the following day, and that the following week I'd be in Europe, and that when I was in the office the following Monday, I would check out the life insurance and find out what was going on with it, and I would reach back out to her.
Regarding life insurance, did you have any role in allocating life insurance, filing life insurance, anything of that nature?
No, that was all handled by Human Resources.
Okay. Did you know who the contacts were in human resources?
Oh, yes.
Who were they?
And there were several, but Tracy Rakovich was the person that I would go to, even for my own questions.
And did you then subsequently have a conversation with Tracy Rakovich about what the defendant had asked you?
So that Monday, I believe it was March 20th. I'm not sure. Is that the date? I think it's March 20th. Yes, March 20th. I met with Tracy sometime during that day. Having been out on the road for 2 weeks, I had a lot of stuff on my desk to take care of. I met with Tracy quickly. She gave me some details about the life insurance and some other information. And I ended my day and went home.
And that was Monday. Was that the day that you had told the defendant you would get back to her?
It is.
Okay. Did you talk to her that Monday?
I did not.
Did you talk to her the following day?
So the following day, the 21st, I received a voicemail from her. I think I was in a meeting, so I called her back after I was out of the meeting.
So you had not called her since your conversation that you had with her when you were out in LA. You had not called her back yet.
That's correct.
Okay. So she called you on that Tuesday.
Correct.
And what did she say to you?
Hearsay.
She asked me what I had learned about the life insurance, and I told her that I had learned from Tracy that the police officers would have to sign, the LA Police Department would have to sign off on the beneficiaries not being involved in the crime.
Did she respond to that at all?
She said, well, and I told her that she'd need to talk to the detective, and she knew who the detective was.
Did you talk to her, or strike that? Did you find out also, or were you aware that the salary of Fabio was going to be continued then for 6 months?
Should I answer?
Yes.
So I'm sorry. So Tracy also advised me that our CEO, Camillo, had advised that because of the family situation, that it would be best that we continue Fabio's salary for the next 6 months.
Now, did you speak with Detective Harshal at some point then about this life insurance?
So after I hung up with Monica, I called Detective Barshell.
And that was in March?
that same day, the
Same day.
21st.
Okay, what did you tell him?
I told him that Monica had asked about the life insurance and that I advised him that I advised her that he needed to sign off on the beneficiaries.
Okay. Did you speak to the defendant again about life insurance?
I believe I possibly spoke to her at least one more time.
After you spoke to Detective Parshall, did you call her back that day?
I did not.
At some point then, you believe you talked to her again about it. Was it the same topic?
It was.
Did you ever have any conversations after you offered assistance to the defendant about anything else other than the life insurance?
No.
Well, she was hot to trot on that life insurance, y'all. That's really snarky. I don't know why that did not ring off some bells with all of them. That
As
is not
far as,
normal to be that aggressive,
Your relationship or your communication, I should say, with
especially
Detective
when you're
Parshall. Did you
continuing
keep
to
in regular
receive
communication with
the
Detective Parshall?
Every
salary
couple of weeks, I give him a
for
call.
6 additional
And why was
months.
that?
Just to follow up, the company was very concerned whether there was any involvement with Cody's employment of Fabio.
And without telling us anything that Detective Parshall said specifically, did he ever give you any specifics regarding their investigation?
That is not overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Parcell was a classic investigator. He kept everything very close to his vest. He told me nothing about the investigation.
Did
Good
Detective
answer.
Parshall give you, for lack of better words, a heads up that there was going to be arrest on the day of June 14th, 2017?
He did not. Our conversation regarding that is I asked him for a favor. Since the day after the murder, the open source media surrounded our office and kind of made for a very confusing day for our senior management. So I asked him if he would give me a heads up, even an hour ahead of the arrests, so that I could warn the office to be prepared and have statements prepared to give to the media at that time. And he said he would.
And did he give you an update that there was going to be an arrest on June 14th, 2017?
So he called me. Actually was running to make a train, which I didn't make, in Grand Central. He called and told me that arrest had already taken place.
Oh, shit.
He said, but it won't be publicly released until there's a press conference a few days later.
And then based on your position in the company, did you inform those in your company?
So then
what you indicated?
So I directly called our CEO, our general counsel, and the president of that division, of the Weller division. And I also called another person, the senior vice president who's responsible for that division.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions. No questions, Your Honor.
It sounds to me like they were overly kind to this woman. And then they realized, oh, snap, she did it. Now what do we do? You know? We are there's a short break in the Boswell trial. And so we are watching a little bit of the Simatilli trial. And hallelujah, I finally said it right. What I am doing is I'm adhering the bling. I don't know if you can see the difference to these. I'm now on a deadline. So there we are. Today's been a little odd for me. I apologize, guys. My energy is 0 right now. And I don't know why. I don't know why. We are currently watching during break the Monica Simatilli while the Boswell is in trial. However, we've got movement back over here. So let's come back over here. We'll pause that. We got heads bobbing around, so that means they're getting ready to come in. From what I have gleaned so far is that baby Evelyn was not taken to her 1-year checkup, and there was a family member that worked in the office at the front desk, and they were trying to get a hold of they were in contact with Monica, not Monica, Megan, all these M names. They were in contact with Megan trying to get her to bring in baby Evelyn so she could get her 12-month checkup, get her stay up to date with her shots, all that kind of good stuff. And Megan kept making comments that such as, "Oh, I'm working odd hours. I got this job. Can somebody else bring her in? Oh, I thought it was tomorrow." All of that kind of jazz. And that apparently, she then said, "Well, can a grandparent or somebody else bring her in?" And they said, "Sure." And then, but nobody had any cause to believe or have any alarm that she was not being a good parent. That there was no reason for alarm at this point. So sad to say. I just want to know why. We'll never know why. But what snapped? What made this happen? It doesn't, to me, there's got to be something. Is there something that everybody missed? No one's saying that the mom had postpartum depression, which happens a lot. And then they unalive their kids because they can't handle everything. And so there was no postpartum depression documented or been testified to as of yet. So what caused this mother to go off and unalive her child? Why? It is so unusual. Usually there is something there. There's nothing there. She said that somebody was the father. Well, evidently they turned out not being the father of this child. Which I really hate for men, because when you're told that so and so is your child, whether you're happy about it, eventually you get invested, if you're a decent human being, in that child's life. That child gets to know you as their dad or a caregiver or whatever, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're not the child's father. Bye, see ya. That's rough. That is, to me, cruel. There ought to be consequences for that. No offense, ladies, but there's a lot of girls and ladies out there who take advantage of men and will declare. I know we have paternity tests, but obviously that was not taken in account here. I want to know, when did they find out that this baby was not this guy's child? I really want to find out. What is he playing with up there? Stapler? Possibly. Oh, someone's coming in heavy-footed. Wrong bead. Does anybody know? Has anybody read anything as to the possible why? Snap. This is drying faster than I want.
State is ready, Judge. Yes, sir.
You want to get your next witness on the start on the way? Stephen Lawrence. One stands, please.
Here comes the jury. I'm really impressed that we've had no more issues with the camera people. The camera people on the very first day got in quite a bit of trouble by the judge. So much so that he threatened them with 10 days of contempt of court in jail if they did not heed his warning. I was like, whoa, snap. This guy ain't messing around.
You may be seated. Thank you. All right, I need to-
State would call Stephen Lawrence.
Now, who and what role does Stephen Lawrence have in this? I wants to know.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Stephen Lawrence.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence.
Good afternoon.
You are Stephen Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how is it that you know her?
She was friends with my little sister.
And who's your little sister?
Her name was Madison Broom.
Okay. Did you know her through high school, or how were they friends?
I believe it was high school.
Okay. Were you aware that Miss Boswell had a daughter by the name of Evelyn?
I was.
Okay. Did Miss Boswell come to visit you at some apartments that you were building in Johnson City back on December the 8th of 2019?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay. Do you know why she was there to see you?
The apartment building I had, my sister that I'd mentioned had passed away, and I was going to name the building after her. So she had come by to see the building.
Did Miss Boswell have Evelyn with her on that day?
She did not.
Okay. Did you inquire as to where Evelyn was?
I asked about Evelyn, yes.
Okay. And what did Megan tell you?
She was with the father.
Okay. And did you know, was that Ethan Perry, or who did she tell you? The father?
Ethan was the father, I believe, at the time.
Okay.
At the time.
Now, on February the 25th of 2020, were you contacted by Megan?
I don't remember the dates to be exact, but I was contacted after the visit. Yes,
Okay.
I believe that was about the time frame. Yes.
All right. Was this during the time frame in which Evelyn was reported missing?
Going off memory, yes.
Okay. And why did she contact you?
She was pretty much seeking some help in general.
Okay. What did you do after she called you?
I obviously was wanting to help assist in finding Evelyn. I said if we can find Evelyn, then I'd try to help in any way I could. Brought her up to Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and tried to have her speak with detectives and whatnot to get answers.
Okay. Did you go pick her up, or?
I did.
Okay. Where did you pick her up?
I was she was staying with my mom at the time. So I believe it was in Bluntville.
Okay. All right. And so you picked her up, you brought her up here, you said up to the sheriff's office?
Correct.
Okay. Did you stay there with her, or what did you do?
I dropped her off and then I had left.
Okay. After you left, did you receive any sort of communication from her after that?
Yeah, she afterwards had said she was done up here, and I had come back and picked her up.
Okay. And what did you do after you picked her up?
We drove around for a little bit. And as I was just kind of waiting. I had brought her up here, like I'd said, to speak to detectives and try to make more leeway on where Evelyn was.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Ms. Boswell while you all were driving around?
We did.
Okay. What did you talk about?
I don't recall a lot with all the time that has passed. I believe I had asked her in that ride if Evelyn was missing when she had came and visited the apartments back in December, and she said that she was missing.
That's why he's here, right there. That nails the timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. If you would, answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
That nails down the timeline. And that shows that she lied to him about where the baby was. Interesting.
We don't have any questions.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your testimony. You're released.
No cross.
State we call Audrey Gibbs.
So anybody have any opinions as to what's going on in this case? What do y'all think? What one thing are you waiting to hear? I'm waiting to hear from the guy that's supposedly the father. Is he going to testify? I don't know. I don't know. She's still in the military. Is he in country?
Raise your right hand.
They may have to do a Zoom on him.
My name is Audrey Gibbs.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Y'all, we got a crier. We got a crier.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Been better.
Okay. Just breathe. You'll be fine.
Oh, what a cutie. Scared as hell she is.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. You need to just let me know if you need to take a breath, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you would state your name for the record, please.
Yes, it's Audrey Gibbs.
And Miss Gibbs, where do you live?
I live in Kingsport, Tennessee.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
We met in 7th grade.
Okay. You known her since then?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's been quite a minute. Over 10 years here.
Okay.
Oh,
Did
she's
you
a
also
cutie.
attend high school with her?
Freshman year, yeah.
Okay. And where was
Aw.
That was at Central.
Here in Blumville?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aw.
Did you know Miss Boswell's daughter, Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. Were you friends with Miss Boswell after Evelyn was born?
Yes.
Did you ever see her or visit with her?
Quite often, yes.
Okay. When you say quite often, how often are we, how
Almost-
frequently are we talking?
Almost every day. You know, in 2019, we hung out a lot. Megan was one of my closest friends then. We would sometimes take trips together, and, you know, Evelyn was always there with us.
Okay. So that would have been right after Evelyn was born. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
How old was Evelyn at the time?
I think, you know, I mean, we hung out the whole time. I mean, in the summer, I believe she would be like, you know, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, something like that. I can't remember her exact age during that time. I just know
Okay. You were seeing her
quite often.
very frequently during that time.
Yeah.
What were your observations as far as Megan and her being a parent to Evelyn?
You know, for the most part, it was all right. There was no complaints there, but there were some things like that I noticed. Like sometimes it would be a long time before she would change her diaper, and it'd be like, hey, do you need to change her diaper or anything like that? There was also one time with the car seat. I had noticed that she hadn't buckled her in, and I just mentioned, hey, you know, you better buckle in Evelyn and stuff. It's not safe for you to ride around. You could get in a car accident. She could get hurt. And just those two things I noticed. But other than that, not really much else.
She appeared to care for Evelyn.
Yeah,
Love
yeah,
her.
yeah, definitely.
Good mom.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever babysit for Megan?
No. No, we were just, we would hang out together. We would, either go to the park, or one time we went to the aquarium in Pigeon Forge. We would always just do like family friendly things. One time we also tie-dyed together with Evelyn. I made like a onesie for my daughter that day because it was before she was born.
Pigeon Forward has one hell of a good aquarium, y'all. Y'all ever want to, if you're ever there, you got to go. It's awesome.
Yes. So after my baby shower, I did move to Knoxville with my the father of my child to live with his family at just Knoxville.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yes, it would have been early November.
Of 2019?
Yes.
No one's married here. Everybody's got
Kind of a
baby
silly
daddy.
question, but did you have your child?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was December 9th, 2019.
Not going to forget that date. All right. Did Megan come to see you while you were in the hospital?
Yes, she did with my other best friend Bailey.
Okay. What's Bailey's last name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. So the two of them, you were in Knoxville, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
And so the two of them came together to see you while you were still in the hospital?
Yes, it was right after I'd given birth.
Did Megan have Evelyn with her that day?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Which would have been the first time I saw her without Evelyn ever.
You trailed off a little bit there at the end. Did you say ever?
Oh, yeah, that would be the first time that I would ever see her without Evelyn, because every time otherwise we hung out together with Evelyn always.
Okay. She always had Evelyn with her.
Yeah.
That sounds fair enough.
Did you notice anything unusual about Megan that day?
Yes. So I was just trying to tell my birthing story because, I kind of had a little bit of a traumatic one. So I was just, telling her and Bailey about that. And Megan's behavior that day was just a little weird. She just kind of had like a weird look in her eyes. And then she just kept saying over and over to me, like, I love you. And just like, I love you. I love you. I love you. And it was just over and over until I would acknowledge that. And, eventually I just say like, I love you too. But I was trying to tell a story.
So that was not her normal behavior.
No,
Not the normal way you all would interact.
No, normally, we'd have just like a regular old conversation back and forth.
It would normally have been
Did
all
you
about
ask her
her.
where Evelyn was?
Yes, I did. I asked her where Evelyn was, and I can't remember who she said she was with, but I just thought that was kind of strange at the time because, normally she couldn't find a babysitter. It's hard for her too.
After
Why
her
was it
visit,
hard
did
for
you
her to find a
communicate or stay in
babysitter?
touch with her?
Yes,
And how was it that you communicated with Megan?
mainly through Instagram.
Instagram,
Did
everything's
Megan
Instagram.
talk at all about Evelyn?
Well, she wouldn't directly bring her up, but I would ask, about Evelyn, and if Kyrie could meet Evelyn because, they were supposed to be besties.
Okay. Who is Kyrie?
That's my daughter.
Okay. All right.
Cute name.
So you said you talked about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Did Megan ever bring her up or talk about her, show any pictures?
She didn't show pictures, but she would answer like, my questions. If I asked about Evelyn, she would just say, she's good, but, she's not with me. She said one time that that Evelyn was with Ethan. Well, actually, that's really the only thing she told me was just that Evelyn was with Ethan.
Okay.
And that's a plausible thing. I mean,
You said that
he has
after
rights to
your
see
visit
his child,
on December the 9th. So
Yes.
but he lived in a
you
barrack
remember
in a military
conversations
base.
back in January of
Baby could
2020? Would you
not have
conversations
been
with
living
her
with
on
him, as
Instagram
you
at that
said.
point in time?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify what's shown in that.
Yes, this is just mine and hers Instagram messages.
Okay. Is that a conversation that you had with her on January the 19th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to make that exhibit. Sorry. 68.
You Justin? Instagram.
It's Instagram. Yes, Judge.
So how's everybody doing today? How are y'all doing? What are y'all up to?
And I'm going to ask to
Just
publish
don't
that to
forget,
the jury.
about 5:30, 5:15, I'm going to be heading out of here. If this is still going, it'll still be playing. I'll just be remote in the car, keeping up with you there. My mom and I have a meeting to
All right,
go
Ms.
to.
Gibbs, just for clarification.
Any
I noticed
reason
the
to
top,
spend
it
time with
says
my
Maggie
mom, I
May.
will.
Is that how you had her, or is that her handle on?
That was her handle on Instagram.
Okay.
She,
The tagline there, Maggie_Wood23.
Wait, sorry, that was her handle. The first part, that was just like her name, how it's shown on Instagram, but
Okay.
the under part's the
Okay.
handle.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that's how her name displays as Maggie May.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so her part of the conversation there is on the left, yours is on the right. Is that correct? Okay. So on January the 19th, 2020, you got a message from her, WYB. Can you tell us what that stands for those of us who may not know?
Yeah, so that means what you doing.
Okay. And did you respond to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, you used
This is slang term, sorry.
NMWBU. What does that stand for?
That means not much. What about you?
Okay. And what else did you ask her?
I just said, how's Evelyn? To which she would reply, good. And then, I mentioned you should bring her up here to meet Kyrie, just because, that was one of my biggest things. I just really wanted them to get together.
Okay.
as two good
and
besties would
Did
do.
she respond to your comment about that?
Yes. She then said, I don't have her right now. Ethan's got her, but we could come tonight if you want us to. Which I was at my aunt's at the time, so that's why I said tonight wouldn't be good. When's the next time you could come? And then she said probably not for another couple weeks, which at that time I would be out of Kingsport because I lived in Knoxville at the time.
Okay. So you were just up here visiting.
Family, yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay. All right.
I want to know, why didn't anybody get a hold of Ethan? If you're in the military, let me tell you, you're easy to get a hold of. Anybody can find out where you is. Well, sort of, depending what you're doing. But they knew Ethan. Everybody seemed to know Ethan. Why didn't anybody get a hold of Ethan and say, hey, Ethan, can we come up and see little girl? We understand you have her. We've been trying to visit with her. When is she going to be back? I mean, I, as a grandmother, I'm not now, but I will be in the future, I hope. I would have done that if that was my grandchild and hadn't laid eyes on that grandchild in months. And every time I go to ask where's the baby, oh, it's with its daddy. I would be on the phone with that daddy going, okay, honey boo, you got to share that baby. I want to see my grandchild. Right? I mean, come on, moms, grandparents. Would you not do that? Testing. Okay. I mean, that would be a grandmother thing to do. Get a hold of the father and say, hey, I'll come pick her up. I'll bring her back to her mama so I get to see her. What can I do? That is the most uncomfortable place to be right there. It's on a witness stand and nobody asking you questions. That is very uncomfortable. Are we at a sidebar? I didn't hear sidebar. Did y'all hear sidebar? Let me know. We are no longer watching Cinematilly. I knew I was going to do that. Cementilly. What's going on? I wish we could see what's happening in the courtroom. Something's going down. Y'all. Okay, this is the last one. Well, I got them all blinged. Oh, we're waiting for, oh. All are blinged. Now I get to start work on the black.
Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document of sorts and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, this is another conversation between me and her on Instagram.
All right. Was that a conversation that you all had back on
Oh,
January the 24th
how did that
and the
get going again?
25th of 2020?
Yes,
All right.
and also the 26th.
Okay. And was that a is that a true and accurate copy of the conversation that you all had there on Instagram?
Yeah.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that Exhibit 69. And asked to publish it to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. So again, Ms. Boswell's portion of the conversation is as we look at on the left part of the screen here on the right side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you want to interpret for us again?
Yeah. Okay, so starting off, she says, "What are you doing?" And then I just said, "Nothing much. What about you?" And then she said, "I'm impregnated." And then, am I allowed to use profanity? Okay.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh shit, for real?" And she said, "Yes." And then I said, "That's awesome. Evelyn's going to have a sibling." And then she said, "Yes."
What? So she got pregnant again.
Did you continue to have communication with Ms. Boswell after that?
I mean, it would have still been kind of spotty, here and there. Just messaging when I could because I was like, a new time mom for the first time and just kind of, going through the newborn stage. But, I think I messaged her one more time, well, a couple more times. And then the last message I remember sending her was basically like when everything came out and I was like, "How are you? This is pretty intense." Okay. But that was like one of my last messages to her.
All right. Did she ever respond to you
No.
at that point in time? Okay. Ms. Gibbs, when was the last time that you saw Evelyn?
It would have been my baby shower.
Okay. And when was your baby shower?
It would have been October 31st.
2019?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. And then you left after that, went to?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
No questions. Ms. Gibbs, thank you for your testimony. Your release from your opinion, ma'am.
Thank you.
Y'all, it must really suck being a friend to somebody who's done this. Just saying.
State would call Bailey Hawkins.
Raise your right hand, man. State your name.
Bailey Hawkins.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Well, for someone who started off crying, she did really good.
Bailey, how are you today?
I'm here.
Can you tell us your name?
Bailey Hawkins,
Okay. Can you tell us where you live? What city do you live in?
Blackville, Tennessee.
How long have
I
you
know
lived
where
in
that
Tennessee?
I moved to Tennessee in 5th grade, so about a little over 10 years.
And when you moved to Tennessee, what school did you go to?
I went to Holston Elementary School.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We went to school together when I moved to Tennessee. She was like basically the first friend that I made
Okay.
in elementary school.
Okay. So would that have been around 5th grade?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you maintain that friendship from 5th grade on?
Yeah, we pretty much stayed in contact because we had like classes together and everything, and we're in school together. She moved around a lot, so we would fall in and out of contact here and there, but we pretty much stayed friends the entire time.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you still friends during that time?
She invited me over to Evelyn's baby shower, so we were friends, and then she invited me to her baby shower.
Okay. And were you able to go to the baby shower?
No.
Okay. Did you continue to maintain that friendship after Evelyn was born?
Yeah, that's pretty much when we became in contact more and started like seeing each other more.
Okay. Can you tell us when you say seeing each other more, how often do you think you were seeing Megan and Evelyn?
It was pretty regularly. I'd say once or twice a week, probably.
Okay. And when you saw Megan, would she always have Evelyn with her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, and I'm going to give you a time frame from Thanksgiving of 2019. Prior to that time, did you ever see Megan without Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know for Megan to leave Evelyn with anyone else before Thanksgiving of 2019?
Every now and again, she'd talk about leaving her with the grandma, but every time we hung out, she would always have Evelyn.
Okay. And do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn yourself in person?
I can't remember exact dates because we hung out so often, but the last time that I recall is when we went to Speedway and Lights.
Okay. And did Evelyn go with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Newly approached.
Sidebar. Okay, guys, it's time to wake up. Let's stretch. It's been a long court week. I think we're all kind of getting a little bit in the funk. So let's put on our favorite country and stretch. Wake up. Come on, guys. Well, thank you for joining me this afternoon. It's been a little weird afternoon. It's a Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. We will have court for this trial, I believe, on Saturday as well. We will catch up with the Cimitilli trial. Hey, I said it right. We will be catching up on that this weekend, and either tomorrow night or this weekend. We have a visitor creeping in. Is that Miss Mary? And what did you bring me? She brought me a doctor. Oh, can you give to in the red treat box? There's her food. Since I go. Mary is a good friend of mine, and I love her dearly. Yeah, just give her a couple of her food. So we are. Mary, are you just visiting or working? I can't hear you. I can't see you. All I see is TV screens and two little legs. You're going to try and do some work? You're going to hate me. There's a lot of dishes. Well, I just want to give it to you if you don't mind. Because I've been doing beading. I got all of these done as far as the color. Now I got to do all the black. And I got 10 of them to do. So we're working on it. How you feeling? You doing a little better? Yes, I can go too. That's water. It can stay. We've had practically 3 trials going, 2 for sure going consistently at the same time. Miss Mary, I have known her for quite some time now. She's got a bum knee, and they said she sprained her knee. She's got a bum knee. Oh God, do I definitely feel that pain. I've had knee trouble for years. Okay, so this this lady, I guess, is the court clerk right here where my mouse is circling. Oh, honey boo, I'm sorry, I got a bad freeze frame on you. Oh, that's worse. She looks bored as she's like, but her hair is doing amazing. Her hair looks amazing. Okay, I'm gonna take me a gummy kratom. I need the energy because tonight is going to be a long night, a fun night, a good night. I'm a part of a women's group called Glow, and we have a meeting tonight. We got a good speaker come in. Haven't seen some of these women in a while, so I was gonna go get my worship on, y'all. I need to go get my worship on. Okay, here we're back in court.
And
hopefully that
do you
woke
recall
y'all
how
up.
many times you went?
We went twice.
I know. I
Okay.
thought I was like, am I
were
even
Megan
live?
and Evelyn there both times? Okay. And you said you don't recall the date.
They were in November.
Okay.
Mhm.
Definitely November.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started her new job?
That was in December. I want to say it was beginning of December.
Okay. And do you know where she was starting to work?
100 T's Chicken Shack.
Okay. And did you ask
Chicken
her,
Shack.
did she tell you who was going to be watching Evelyn during the time that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
Her grandma.
Okay. And did you have knowledge as to what kind of hours that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
It seems like she was pretty much always there. It was like from like open to close,
Okay.
long hours.
Okay.
But was she really there? That's what I want to know. But was she really there? The way she's looking down is definitely her nerves, but it's better to look straight down, so I was told, than it would be to just looking all over the courtroom. What's taking you so long, madam? Why are we not asking questions? I think my appetite's starting to return. I don't like this awkward long pause here. That is so cruel for a witness. Get your crap together before you get the witness on the stand. Did anybody hear anything about a sidebar?
Bailey, I'm going to pass you a document. If you can, try to keep it in order, but just look through it and see if you recognize it.
Watch your zooming, dude. You don't want to be in contempt of court.
Yeah, I do recognize
You
them.
do recognize
Mhm.
that. Can you tell me, without going into what the context is, can you tell me what that is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And for what date?
December 5th.
Of what year?
For break.
2019.
Okay. And is
It'll
that
be
a fair and
short.
accurate depiction of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 5th, 2019?
Yeah.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as the next exhibit number 69.
Yes, sir. No. Before we did 69.
I'm sorry, 70.
70.
I'm sorry. What, 69? Sorry about that. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Bailey, I'm going to show you each one page by page, okay? We're just going to go in order. Okay. This first message, who is the first individual to speak on this message?
Megan.
Okay, what does she say to you?
Hey, I'm still at the chicken shack.
Okay, and what time of day was that message? Did that message come through to you?
9:39 or 32 p.m.
Okay. And when you ask her what she's doing, what does she respond?
I'm actually just hanging out.
Okay. And when you ask her if she's having fun, what does she say to you?
Yeah, I just hang out with Hunter. We're done now.
And what time did she send that message?
9:51 p.m.
So now at 10:29 p.m., what does Megan say to you? Is that blurry a little bit?
I genuinely enjoy hanging out with them.
Okay. And when you respond to her, what does she say in response at 10:30 p.m.?
Like, I don't mind work at all. I've been at work all day. Yeah, no, I really like being around him.
Okay. And then when you say that's awesome, I'm glad you like your job, what does she say in response to you?
I left and came back after they closed just to see him.
Okay. I'm trying to make this not.
Hey, y'all. I's back.
Okay. I don't know if I can make it better than that. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, we're at around 10:40 p.m. and you're asking if it was just Hunter. And what does Megan say in response?
His dad was in the back with him and I chilled up front.
Okay. And then what does she say in response or regarding Hunter and his dad?
Him and his dad went to go to church with them on Sunday.
Okay. And then what do you suggest to her in response to that?
I say you could bring Evelyn.
And what does Megan say?
I used to take her to church with Caleb. His dad was like, you can come to church with us Sunday. And Hunter was like, yeah. And we'd go to that barbecue place you like and get food after. I feel kind of bad. He's not a bad guy. And I was like, he's so weird.
And on this message, let's see if we can see it okay. Is she continuing to talk about Hunter?
Yeah, she says, yes, his dad likes me a lot. I'm the only person on overtime.
Okay. When you respond about getting hours at work, what does she say in response to you?
Literally this morning, I wasn't supposed to go in until 10, and I went in at 6. Hunter called me and was like, do you want me to come in? I'm here. And I was like, sure. I'm going to the shack at 4:30 in the morning to help him open. I've not had a male friend I've actually enjoyed just like hanging out with in so long.
Okay. And has she indicated to you that during all these hours that she's working that her grandmother is keeping Evelyn?
No, well, you need to ask who asked her. All right, these people are driving me crazy. The question should be, who
So
do you know who was
so-
keeping the baby while she was at work? And then she would have said, oh, she told me her grandmother was doing it. Okay. Don't sit there and say the grandmother's keeping the baby, right?
early, does Megan respond to you?
Says, even if he does attempt to hit on me, sometimes I brush it off. It's fine. I'm just so genuinely content. I literally don't even mind. That's when he's going to get there. Is that bad?
Okay. And then you say, let's hope he gets the hint. What did you mean by that at that point?
I guess.
If you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. What does she say in response to you?
Like, not even an, oh, I like him content. I'm just content and happy around him. That sounds weird, but I am.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
But if you don't mind and have someone watch Evelyn, then definitely go for it.
The same conversation is still continuing. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at 10:57 p.m. now. Is that right? Okay. Are you okay? Okay. And then what does Megan say?
I was so fucking cranky when I came in, I won't lie. And it was like I felt better immediately being around him. My grandma was like, you just want to date him. And I was like, no, woman.
Okay. And you responded to her that he seems like a nice Southern guy. And what did Megan say in response to you?
My grandma's keeping her overnight for two nights and all day. He's a pretty good guy. Like I said, I'm just so content around him.
Okay. And when you say that's good, how does Megan respond to you?
Like I worked from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and came back at 7 to 9:30. I literally just didn't mind. I washed dishes and helped him clean for a little bit. And the only time I left was to go get him.
Okay. Last one for this. Actually, there's two more. Sorry. When you tell her we all need good people to be around, what does she say in response to you?
Yeah, he just makes me happy. I don't know. I enjoy our friendship a lot.
And you respond, and then how does she respond to you?
I didn't even care though. It didn't feel that long.
And the last page of this conversation, starting about 10:59 p.m. What does Megan say to you at that time?
It's 11 and I have to be back at work at 4:30 and I'm watching TikToks. I'll be there from 4:30 a.m. until like 8 at night or later.
Okay, and you said OMG, and how did she respond?
I don't even mind whatsoever.
Okay. At any time during that conversation, did she ever indicate that Evelyn was with her?
She said that Evelyn was with her grandma.
I'm sorry. I'm going to pass you another document for you to take a look at. Take your time. Have you had a chance to look at that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 6th, 2019 at 9:10 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with her by text message that day?
Mhm.
Your Honor, we'd like to ask that to be admitted as the next exhibit, number 71.
Objection.
Thank you. Permission to publish? Bailey, again, we're going to go through this just like we did the other ones. You said this started on about 9:10 on December 6th, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you regarding her work?
I'm leaving at 11 and coming back at 12, so come by before then.
Okay. And you said okay, and then what does she say?
JK, I'm leaving at 10:44, 45.
Is that you were going to go by and visit her? Is that what that conversation?
I guess.
Okay. I know some time has passed. I was just curious. Okay. So at 11:19 a.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm back now. I left again, but I'm with Hunter.
Okay. The same day, around 5:30 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
What are you doing?
And what does she say?
Chilling with Hunter still.
Okay. So just quickly, I'm going to go back. Okay. So okay, that's okay. And then what does she say at 7:21 p.m.?
I'm going to Hunter's house. Wish me luck.
Okay. And then same day, 11:30 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm home now. I was over there for hours. Holy shit. We just talked. It was nice.
At any time during that conversation, did she mention that she had Evelyn with her? Did she mention where Evelyn was?
No.
Sorry, guys. That was my daughter from college calling. I always answer her phone. You never know what it may be. So what is going on with all of this? Why are we sitting here staring at them and no one talking? It's frustrating. Anybody want to chime in and let me know? Haley Mouse, do you know what's going on here? Why they're so quiet? But what's all this downside? What's all this quietness about? It's creepy weird.
I'm going to pass you another document, and it's about 8 pages. If you could just take a look at it, try to keep it in order if you can.
Oh, honey boo, let me destroy the order. Come on. Let me just throw it up in the air and toss it. No wonder I'm having problems following. I don't have my live captioning up. There it is.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit
That's
so we
fine.
can all hear you. You said it was text messages between you and Megan.
Yes.
Okay. On what date?
December 7th, 2019
Okay.
at 12:16 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on December 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that to be admitted as Exhibit 72.
But if the other guy's not the father, of the baby, then who is? I'm hung up on who's the father of the baby. Yeah, she's very soft-spoken.
This one's a little bit harder to read because it's a lot of text on one page. So I may zoom in and then we can zoom back out, okay? Okay. So it looks like you started by asking Megan a question. Is that right?
Yeah, I said, how was everything?
Okay. And how did she respond to you?
Good. I'm only coming in work for a little bit today, but on Monday, come back and see me. I love you and have a good day at school. Also, Hunter is going to be there after 1, so that's probably when I'll come. So you should stop by then if you do come today, because it's very awkward. Him being like, don't charge them because even employees don't get free stuff. And I know this one chick doesn't like me because of it. Like yesterday, she was bitching about him getting to leave to go do business stuff. And then I left with him twice, and she was obviously pissed when I got back.
Okay. I'm going to try to, let's see.
I don't know why people think that if you work for a
what
business,
is
you
she
should get things for free.
There we go. What does she say
Discounted? Okay.
after
Free?
that message that you just read?
I just feel bad because I know there's like 2 people who don't like me because of it, and it makes me feel like a piece of crap.
Okay. The same conversation's continuing at 3:43. Is that right? On December 7th. And
Oh, Mary.
okay, so what does Megan tell you at 3:43 p.m. on December 7th?
I'm riding around. Want me to pick you up?
Okay, what do you say?
I'm getting food with Cameron.
Okay, what does she say?
I can wait if you're busy.
Okay. She indicated any time that Evelyn is with her, either on those messages or verbally to you in a different way that day.
No.
Okay, so 3:49 p.m., what does she say to you?
Okay, I'm driving. I can't text 1 sec.
Did we have a race this
And
weekend
then you say, okay, and how does she
on
respond?
Sunday?
Where am I meeting you?
Okay, and what do you say?
We're about to leave
was
the
watching
Bojangles in
sport.
Piney Flats.
And what do you say? I mean, I'm sorry, what does Megan say in response to you?
I'll
What
meet
do
you
we
there.
care about?
Okay.
Huh?
Still on December 7th. I'm going to probably zoom this one in too, just in case there's jerks.
It's okay.
who can't see it in their monitor.
Nobody I care about, obviously.
Okay. 4:08 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
And then you responded. No, how did you respond?
Okay, I'm sorry. It'll be like 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to you?
It's okay. Take your time. Thank you. It's just me. Evelyn's with Ethan's grandma.
Okay. And had you ever known Megan to leave Evelyn with Ethan's grandparents prior to when she says it this moment? Okay, you'll have to answer
I'm
verbally.
sorry. No.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. And then do you recall getting this screenshot from Megan at 5:09 p.m. that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what that was regarding, that screenshot?
It was regarding a movie that
Okay.
they were going to go see.
Okay. When you say they, who are you talking about?
Hunter and Megan.
Okay. And so that's essentially the movie times that they were looking at. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the movie is Dark Waters?
Yes.
Okay. And then
I'm sure part of her.
you respond with a question mark to her. And what does Megan say to you?
I got no context other than that.
Okay. And then she then explains, I guess she realizes what it is. What does she say?
Oh, it's a movie.
And what do you say to her?
Is he asking to go watch it with you?
And then what does Megan say?
Yeah.
And then what do you say?
Are you going to do it?
And how does she respond?
Yeah.
Is it your understanding at this point that are they or are they not in a relationship at this point? I'm asking if she knows.
She can answer it.
Yeah. To your knowledge, was Megan in a relationship with Hunter at this point?
I'm not too sure. At a certain point in my mind, they were in a relationship.
Okay. So your answer is you weren't sure at this point. Okay. All right. So December 7th at 5:17, we're continuing on with that same conversation. What does Megan say in regards to the movie?
He didn't even ask. He just wanted a time.
Okay. And what did you say?
Could have left him on red or made up an excuse.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to that?
I like hanging out with him. It just threw me off guard.
Okay. And then you say that would catch me off guard too. And how does Megan respond to you?
Everyone that works with us keeps asking me if we're together. And when I say no, they don't bail. And like this one girl was like, I'll go with you all then. And I was like, bitch, I don't care.
Okay. So that's what IDC is. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. So same day at 8:04 p.m., what do you ask her?
How was the movie?
And how does she respond?
It was fine.
Okay. And you asked, didn't you enjoy it? And what does she say?
The movie was just kind of long. I liked getting to see him.
Okay. Passing you 3 pages. Take a moment to see if you recognize this.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan,
Okay, on what date?
December 8th, 2019 at 11:53 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation on December 8th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 73.
No objection. Full exhibit 73.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay, so around 1:53 p.m. on December 8th, you ask her, what are you up to? And what does she say?
I'm with Maddie's brother
Okay, and you say, where are you? And what does she say?
at the chicken shack.
And then you ask her if she's working, and what does she say?
No, we're not open. They're just working on stuff right now.
Okay, and you ask her it's closed today, right? And what does Megan say?
I'm just chilling.
Okay, and then you say not with Hunter. And then how does she respond?
No, he's here.
Okay. Did she indicate to you in text message or in another way that day where Evelyn was? Okay.
This is painfully slow. Why have you not prepped this better? Is it me? Or are y'all feeling the same way? This feels very, very bitterly and painfully slow. I'm not liking the pace.
I'll pass you 2 pages. Same thing, take a look at it and see if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
The text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date for those messages?
December 13th, 2019 at 3:56 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation
Well,
with Megan Boswell?
we
on-
also have the other case going on. This is just one of those days. You know, there's always a day in court that you're just like, put a nail in it. This is one of those days. Tomorrow we're going to have this course and the Cemetilly trial. What I may do tomorrow is we'll watch the Cemetilly trial during the day and watch this one tomorrow night. I don't know. We're going to bounce it. We also have all weekend. This case will be going on Saturday, and then so we'll have Saturday to catch up. So we'll catch up on other ones. It's just there's always days in court that are boring, and this is it.
On December 13th, 2019.
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 74, please.
No objection. Full exhibit 73.
permission to publish. Sorry. Okay, so this looks like Megan is sending you a few messages on December 13th. Can you read us the messages out loud, please?
His dad drove his car to work because his dad's has a flat tire. I left his house early, and this was what he sent me when he finally woke up.
Okay. And what did she say after that?
It wasn't anything like good morning. It was get out out of the Lexus and come scoop.
Okay. Is she indicating that they spent the night together, or do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. So on December 13th at 5:06, what does she say?
Will you ride around with me?
Okay. And then what did she say after that?
I'm upsetty spaghetti.
Okay. Okay. And then you respond to her. What do you say to her?
Hey, I'm sorry. I had my notifications turned off from Messenger. I'm out with Cameron right now. I'm sorry. What's wrong?
And what does she say?
It's skit. I'm so ducking irritated.
Okay. Is it skit another, what does that mean, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
It might have been a typo. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Okay. So we'll stop on the messages for a few minutes. So in these messages, Megan told you that Evelyn was with her grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
And she told you that Evelyn was with Ethan's grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you anything different than those two things about where Evelyn was?
Sometime around that time, she had told me that Ethan came back from Army leave and that like he was going to see her for the week because he was back in town. And then he ended up filing for emergency custody for her. And then within that time period, he like had emergency custody and they were supposed to go to court and stuff over it. And then at that point, like he had emergency custody and then they had shared custody and then then they had shared custody.
Okay. So it sounds like this was more than one conversation. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was within all of this was between December and January.
Okay. When you had these conversations with her, did she seem sad?
Not particularly.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No.
Did she seem scared in any way?
No.
What was her demeanor during any of these conversations?
It was just always matter of fact and like the answer, just that was the answer.
See, anybody with any brains would know that was BS. But a lot of people don't know how the military works, so I guess I can't fault people for it, but there would have been court dates. I would have, and once again, it's easy for us to sit here and say I would have. But if I was a grandparent and I heard something like that, I'd say, where's the court order? I want to see the court order. Just to make sure my child wasn't getting screwed. But obviously there was no court order. Can you imagine, not Hunter, whatever the other kid's name, Ethan? He thinks that this little girl is his child.
A few more messages. I believe it's about 4 pages.
Or that's what the girl's claiming.
Take a look at that
And then
let me know if you
he's
recognize
unalived, and then he finds out. Is that how it worked? He found out after the unaliving that this child was not his?
Yeah, I recognize it.
that. Okay. And what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on December 14th,
Okay.
2019 at 1:09 p.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation you had with Megan on December 14th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 75.
Full exhibit 75.
Well, I'm waiting for that document to come back. When she was telling you about this emergency custody, did she ever show you any paperwork or anything
No.
confirming that that had actually happened? Any court paperwork or anything?
No, she
Okay.
didn't.
Did you have any reason to disbelieve her?
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Trying to make
Did
this
you have
one a
any
little
reason
bigger.
to believe her?
Okay, so on December 14th at 1:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm going to go ahead and head your way. Take your time. I'm just sad without Evelyn, knowing what Ethan's done, and I hate going home, seeing her stuff there and not her, you know.
Okay, and how do you respond?
Okay, I just got out of the shower, but I need to get dressed and everything.
Okay, and what does Megan say?
It'll be a second before I'm there. Like I said, take your time. I'm just avoiding going home. Like I was fine before. It just hurts knowing I can't see her, then having to look at her stuff.
Okay. And then about 10 minutes later, what does she say to you?
Yeah, Birch is here.
Okay, and then what do you say?
I'm sorry, I'm about to be ready.
Okay. Prior to this text conversation, had she told you where Evelyn was? Other than what we talked, has it changed at all?
During that time, all of it kind of morphs together, so I can't say for sure. But during that time, it was around the time that she said that Ethan had gotten emergency custody.
Okay. Did she say when she was going to be able to see Evelyn again?
She said that the court date was going to be in January of 2020.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're still getting ready while she's waiting for you. And then at 1:31 p.m., what does she say in response to you?
It's okay, take your time. Like I said, it's better than me being home.
Before we go further on that, did she ever indicate, other than what she said about not wanting to be there, about why she didn't want to be home at that time?
That was around the time that she was saying that she didn't want to see Evelyn's stuff because it made her sad.
Okay, so on December 14th at 8:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm getting a hotel tonight. I don't want to go home. Would you stay with me tonight?
And then what do you say?
Can you not spend the night with Hunter?
And what does Megan say?
I just don't want to right now. Long story.
Okay. And then at 8:31 p.m., what does she say to you? Continuing essentially the same conversation.
Hunter is sweet and all, but I'm upset over Evelyn, and I just don't want to be all lovey and happy right now.
And then what do you say?
Yeah, I understand that you were happy to see him, but was it too much? What hotel are you at?
And what does Megan say?
I was excited to see him, but now I'm just like not in the mood.
And you'd asked her which hotel she was at, and what did she say?
Canal Lodge.
Okay. And then did she say, just read us the last two messages if you don't mind.
Well, like right now, he started hugging me and stuff, and I just have a lot on my mind. I don't want to be all like you know. I think I upset him when I left, but I didn't mean to.
Okay. And did you, in fact, go to the Econo Lodge that night with Megan?
Yeah, we went there and spent the night with each other.
Okay. And how was she behaving that night?
Just kind of tired and like dissociated. Like as soon as we got there, she pretty much just went to sleep.
Okay. You said dissociated. What do you mean by that?
just normally, it's very talkative and, carrying conversation. But that time it was just kind of like, she didn't really say much, and then she just kind of went to bed, and then I stayed up a little bit later.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
Not upset, like tired and kind of out of it.
Okay. Was she crying?
No.
Okay. Did she seem worried?
Did she take
No.
any
Did she seem
medication?
scared?
No.
Or was she on anything to alter her personality?
How long do you think you hung out that night?
Not long. We went to sleep pretty much not too far after getting there.
Okay. Did that surprise you?
Yeah.
And why did that surprise you?
Like that was like the first time that we ever like spent the night with each other. So I was kind of expecting us to, hang out, but she just kind of went to sleep shortly after we got there.
Okay. And then the next morning, did you talk at all that next morning?
Yeah, she got us pals, and then we quickly separated after we woke up.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was going to be doing that day?
She said that she was gonna go hang out with Hunter.
Did she mention Evelyn that morning?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'm going to hand you 2 pages. Same thing. Just take a look and see if you can identify it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
These are text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date on those?
December 15th, 2019 at 5:26 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
Then we'd like to ask for that to be made exhibit number 77. I'm sorry, 76. I apologize.
76.
I'm sorry.
76.
Permission to publish. So this is the next day, is that right, from the conversation we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you at 5:26 p.m.?
Do you want to get dinner with me?
And what does she say next?
I want Olive Garden.
Okay. And then you respond to her, and then who does she say she's with at 5:31 p.m.?
I'm with Hunter right now.
Okay. And then she sends you one more message that date at 5:35. What does she say?
I'll let you know when I'm not at Hunter's. My car is at the shack and I'm at his house.
Okay.
Lawyers, you could move this along a little better, my dear. This is getting to be a little grungy. Oh. Well, I'm getting some beading done, that's for dang sure. But I do got to get better lighting. Is she reading every single word of this stuff? Or is she supposed to just glance at it and recognize it and say, yes, this is mine? See, y'all, look. All that black coming into place. This takes the longest is the fill. Or it feels like it takes longer because you're not changing colors. I got to get another needle. I got to start the two needle method. I hate to leave you, but I got to do a lady's comfort break and a puppy comfort break. So I'll be back in a minute. See y'all on the other side.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, so at this point, Megan has been telling you Evelyn's not been with her for a couple of weeks. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when Megan moved out of the trailer that she was living in with Evelyn?
I don't remember her directly moving out, but I remember her staying with Hunter.
Okay. How often was she staying with Hunter?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Okay. Was she telling you this, or how did you know this?
One time, I think she picked me up from Hunter's, or I picked her up from Hunter's, but I saw her leaving Hunter's, and then she was telling me that she was staying with him and stuff.
Okay. Was she still staying at her trailer, or do you know?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All
What
right.
did I miss?
Do you remember going to
I'll
Knoxville
wake you up.
with Megan in December to visit
Oh,
your
I
friend
forgot
that
to
had a
grab
baby?
something.
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
Audrey.
Okay. And did you and Megan ride together?
Yeah, we both went together.
Okay. And was Evelyn with you?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. How was Megan acting that day?
Speculation.
I'm not asking for speculation. I'm asking how Megan was behaving. Okay. What was her demeanor like?
It seemed kind of all over the place and like erratic. She kept repeating herself and kept saying that she loved us while we were there visiting Audrey.
That's kind of weird.
Was that how she normally behaved?
No.
You consider that out of character?
Yeah.
That's bad when you stick your own needle into your own skin and it stays. And that's the back of it. And this is how they normally looked. Curved. See, this one's curved. Can't see it. Madam, we need you to hurry up and finish this. This is getting plumb ridiculous for everybody involved, including this little girl. I want to know why. Haven't I heard from you? Don't know. I'm getting bored. If I didn't have this order, this thing I had to get done, I'd be freaking banging my head against the wall.
I'm going to pass you one page. Take a moment to look at it. And let me know, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's text with me and Megan on December 23rd, 2019 at 4:44 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
So y'all,
Yes.
I'm getting ready to
Sorry, we
switch
got
to a
that given.
2-needle method. So I got 2 needles
77.
going at one time.
What date was that? 12?
December 23rd.
There it goes. So yeah, I've got a 2-needle method.
Permission to publish. Okay, I'm gonna blow this one up too because it looks a little bit smaller. Okay. On December
Just one of
23rd
these days
at
do a
4:44
tutorial.
p.m., where does Megan say that she is at?
I'm at Ethan's grandparents with him.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
OMG, how's that? You with Evelyn? Are you with Evelyn?
Okay, so you're essentially asking her if Evelyn is with her. Okay, and what does she say?
Yes, and good.
Okay. And then jump to the bottom. You ask her a question at 4:45 p.m. What do you say to her?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
At 4:45 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
So please send pictures of Evelyn. I miss her.
Oh my gosh.
And what does Megan say
Poor
to
baby.
you?
I will in a second.
Okay. Did Megan send pictures of Evelyn that day?
Nope.
Bailey, do you need a minute? Okay. Do you have water? Okay. There's tissues up there if you need them, okay?
Testifying and being under oath and going through everything this little girl is going through is very, very traumatizing. I will not lie. I don't care how old you are. It is very traumatizing. Very, very traumatizing, and I feel bad for her. And I'm sure there's a lot of people kicking themselves in the butt for not
Bailey,
being
you
more
want to take a
demanding.
break or do you think you can go on for a few minutes? We can do either one.
Sorry, I guess I can continue.
Oh,
One stand, please.
y'all need to hurry up and get that poor girl off the stand.
You may be seated, thank you.
Dude, what did I just do?
Do you mind if she steps out for a few minutes? Okay, thank you.
All right, they're taking a 15-minute break while I try to It's really hard to do two-threaded method because they get tangled. So very easily. Why are you pulling down there? So I really feel bad for this little girl. I mean, did they just say we need to try and hurry up and finish up? I would tend to agree with you on that, madam. Madam, I would agree with you on that, madam. I am not proficient in the 2-needle method, hence why I decided I'm going to do it on this. The reason why is because it's going to, by the time I get done, I should be proficient with it. I got so much of this to do. The 2-needle method is where you thread this one with a bunch of beads and you pull it through and then you hold it to the side, and this one you go over and over to you sew it down. I just got to get proficient at it. I'm not used to it, and I'm forcing myself to do something that I'm a little uncomfortable with in order to become proficient. This is the perfect time to do that because of what I've got to handle. Put that one over there. Pull that one over here. While I drop it on the floor. But it's getting there. It's getting there. What I'm kind of curious about and want to know about is there were so many red flags. How did it get missed for so long? Um, I'm not trying to blame the family or anything, but it gets to the point to where if you haven't seen that child in what, 2 months? Hell, if I live in the same town as my children and they bless me with a grandchild, or they have their child and I'm blessed to have a grandchild, I would venture to say that, I would hopefully be able to lay eyes on that grandbaby at least every other couple weeks, if not more. So I don't understand why it took so long. That is a question that I am still grappling with. Why did it I don't know if I can do this 2 needle method. I'm all tangled. Why did it have to take so long for them to find the baby? I don't get it. Anybody might wanna help me out on this? There it is. I'm just struggling. I'm just saying I is struggling on this. If I was a defense, this is not refreshing memory. No, it is not. Y'all, I am all thumbs on this. This means I'm doing the right thing. I think I got it now. Yay! You just gotta find your way. You just gotta find your method and how you wrap the thread around the back of your finger while you keep the tension and all that kinda good stuff. So, for those of you who don't know, I'm making a drag for my Native American regalia. And, I just pray that I can finish this off in time. I've been asked to wear it somewhere, so now I have to get it done. I'm on a time crunch now. It's weird. I'm one of these people, y'all. All right, here's a question. Who's a procrastinator and why? Who works better under pressure and who does not? I work better under pressure. I was talking to my friend the other day and I said, "Look, I've never been diagnosed as ADD, ADHD, and I don't plan on getting diagnosed, but it wouldn't surprise me if I didn't have a little bit of it." Um, but this may move a little bit faster doing it this way while I poke myself in the try and poke myself. Do you know what? That went really fast. Do you know what? This may work a whole lot better, y'all. Hmm. Let's see. Maybe faster than what I was doing before. Oh, that's what I need to do. I'm going to email Ian, y'all. Pray for me, y'all. I need to email Ian, Runkle of the Baileys, if you don't know who that is. I've probably got about 5,000 emails I've not even answered. My thing says 12, and then I open it up and there's 720. Go figure. I need to flag that one. I am wanting, American Airlines has invited me to earn 100,000 bonus miles when I fly Sky Club. Are we trying to get people to fly again? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Oh, I just saw Vera Bradley. Tracy and I love Vera Bradley. She really loved Vera Bradley. That girl and Vera Bradley. I love it too. Really love it too. So on this case right now, today has been one of those days that you just want to go, no. What? Let me reply to this. I got an invite with Sensei. Oh, yes, we do. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, I do want to. Why does it capitalizes everything? Okay. For those of you who don't know, Sensei is my service dog. I got her from a service dog organization called Service Dogs Inc. They are based here in Texas, kind of southwest of Austin. And they are fabulous. If you are really in the need of a real service dog, they are fabulous. And I got Sensei from them. And every once in a while, they will contact me and say, "Hey, would you like to come and help represent the organization at events and things like that?" And they know that I'm always willing to go back and help because I got her for free. I just had to fill out a $50 is application fee, pretty much just covers your background check. And so I filled out the application and I went through all of that. And thank God, because Sensei is amazing. And we got to work on something though. I notice when people call my name, she usually will ding me, but only invest. When she's not invest, like if I'm sleeping and my children call my name, she won't alert. It's kind of like, I'm not working. I don't have my vest on. So we're going to have to start working her a little bit without her vest on. But in normal, she's phenomenal. She comes and lets me know when people are at the door. She lets me know when the phone's vibrating because I can't hear it. If I don't see the light flashing, she's really good with fire alarms and all that kind of stuff. So really, she's amazing. She is absolutely amazing. And they also have dogs that are for people in wheelchairs who have issues with like getting things out of the dryer, picking up things off the floor, opening up refrigerators, opening up the doors. If you drop your pencil or whatever, they teach them all of that fabulous stuff. And do you know I'm talking about you? Oh, she came up and gave me love. And she goes, "Mommy, you're talking about me." So anyway, and then they do it for multiple different disabilities. And I was just so majorly blessed to get Sensei. And yeah, she's such a good girl. I'm not a lab lover. Normally in my past life, I was not one who really loved, but I love you. Okay, guys, give me a second. She's nudging, wanting me to love on her. She goes, "You're talking about me. I know you are. I know you are, Mommy. So I'm going to put my head on your lap and I'm going to sit here and just look up with you." The only thing I don't like about labs that I'm having to get used to is the hair. When she sheds, y'all, which is all the time, her hair gets everywhere, and it's the kind of hair that sticks. But we learned how to deal with it, didn't we, baby girl? I am now a lab lover. I love labs. I usually am a border collie type dog person, and one of the things I said personally, I didn't tell them this, please don't give me a lab. I don't want a lab. But when we went for our match, um, she was sitting in the doorway, which is the way they did it, and I'm sitting in a chair across the room, and they're just watching her and watching how she's responding. And then, all of a sudden, she just absolutely, I mean, you knew she had wiggle. She wanted to come to me. And, so anyway, it was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Come here, baby. Come on. Aw, that's my girl. So my baby girl. Yeah, you just want some love. Oh. Hey, Courtney, Courtney, go.
We probably will have about 5 minutes worth of cross-examination to put us after.
So that be my baby.
Yeah, we may let them go.
Okay.
Do they have reservations for dinner or just?
I want dinner reservation. Yeah.
Are we ready to start?
So that be my girl.
We are ready. We're ready.
Huh?
We need to get this kid. It's hot.
Yeah. We kind of got to get there before everybody else. Check with Aaron.
So Sensei is a fabulous dog. I am so blessed to have her. Sometimes she irritates me. Like tries to lay on my legs in bed and I get claustrophobic in about 13 seconds flat. I'm not kidding. Don't lay on my legs. PTSD kicks in real quick right about that point.
Let's go ahead and have Ms. Hawkins take me back into it.
We call for it.
But she's good. I couldn't do life without her. That's what I say. I tell people I couldn't do life without my girl. My girl knows her stuff. She's well trained. She saved me from getting killed by a bus in New York City. I mean, in Washington, D.C. Yes, she did. Uh-oh, I just did something stupid. Dagnabbit.
Where did I? Okay, I ended.
She's been on that stand for a ridiculously long time. I don't like it at all. These attorneys need to be mindful of witness. These attorneys,
State's ready, Your Honor.
I need to be closer to the mic. The attorneys need to be more mindful of witness fatigue, and that girl is definitely there. I think attorneys do forget about witness fatigue because that's where we's at. She is definitely worn, and they need to be more mindful.
Stand, please.
All rise. Bring the jury. I think this Sunday I'm going to try and hang that TV. And I think I'm going to try and do some final manipulations in here.
All right. Are you ready to try to continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Were you able to catch your breath, honey boo?
So we essentially ended before we took a break around December 23rd of 2019. And we talked about that. Did you continue to hang out with Megan after December 23rd of 2020?
I don't remember any like specific dates, but we hung out a lot, so I would assume so.
Okay. Do you remember learning that, do you remember hearing that Evelyn had been reported missing at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to speak up. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. And how did you learn that Evelyn was missing?
I found out on Facebook.
Okay. Had Megan told you at any time?
I know.
Okay. All right. I'll pass you 2 pages.
Really, madam?
Just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Messages between me and Megan on January 9th, 2020 at 1:55 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Okay, we'd like to offer that as exhibit number 78. January 9th. Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Let me try that faster. Okay. So what question do you ask Megan on January 9th of 2020?
When was your court date with Evelyn? I know you said it was January.
And what does she say?
And tomorrow,
And then what do you say?
where is Evelyn right now? Still with Ethan?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Also, is Ethan not back doing Army things? I know a lot of people have left for Army stuff already. I just don't understand how he can have custody if he's literally going into the Army.
Okay. And then what does Megan say in response to that?
Good
I
question,
don't
my
know.
dear.
It's retreated. I don't know what he is or isn't doing. He won't speak to me. I talked to him like once on New Year's.
Okay. Is she talking about Ethan?
Yes.
A lot of questions here.
That's your document. And ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text message from Megan on January 20th, 2020 at 12:35 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of that text message that you received from Megan
Yes.
on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 79. Thank you. Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
On January 20th, 2020, what does Megan tell you in this message?
Went to Bowling Rock today.
To Blowing Rock?
Yeah, Blowing Rock, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm making you work. Okay.
I would say, what the heck is Blowing Rock?
Your Honor, may we approach briefly? Just want to make sure.
Yes, Haley Mouse, enjoy your TV with your husband. It's far more entertaining than this, I'm sure. I watched a movie I would have never watched. I can't remember the name of it, but it had Tom, was it Tom? What's his name from Top Gun? And then that black man that has that wonderful voice. Oh my gosh, I'm doing blanks. But my son and I watched a great movie together last night. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's very futuristic. It's not my kind of movie normally, but I will say I enjoyed it. My son was right. I enjoyed it.
Pass you 2 pages. Same thing, just take a look and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize the text messages.
Okay, and is there a date on those messages?
January 24th, 2020 at 5:51 p.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of a conversation with Megan Boswell on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 80 for the date of January 24th, 2020. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. What does Megan say to you at 5:51 on January 24th, 2020?
I have big news. Me and Hunter may or may not be expecting a small human. We are. It just sounded more mysterious.
Okay, and then what do you say to Megan?
Speaking of small humans, how's Evelyn doing? I know you said you get to keep her every other week.
And then what does Megan say in response?
She's good. Mean as fuck, though.
Okay. And then what do you say?
What?
I want to see her. When's the next time you'll have her?
And what does she say?
I'm picking her up next Monday after my appointment.
Mean as F you?
And then what does she say to you at 6:02 p.m.?
I'll fight Hunter if it's a girl because I want a little boy so bad.
And then what do you say in response?
Serious.
A little boy would be nice because then you'd have both.
Same thing. Take a look at this and let me know if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on January 29th, 2020 at 1:59 a.m.
I
Okay,
hate
is that a fair and accurate representation of your
I gotta
messages
learn
with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 81. Permission to publish. What do you ask Megan on January 29th, 2020?
Do you still have Evelyn?
And what is her response?
My grandma does right now because my mom's sick and stuff. I didn't want to bring her around.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Will you have Evelyn with you? I really miss her little baby face. I bet she's grown so much since I haven't seen her in like a month.
And then what does Megan say?
Yes.
January 2020, have you seen Evelyn at all during the month of January?
No.
Did you see Evelyn at all during the month of December of 2019?
No.
Okay. How are you feeling at this point? In January 2020, how are you feeling?
The relevance.
No, it's not irrelevant. I don't know if I can do this two method thing. It's pissing me off. The threads keep tangling. Damn. Can't keep track of what's what.
Okay. I'm going to ask in a different way, okay? You haven't seen Evelyn in about 2 months at this point. Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you getting worried?
Yeah.
Tell me in your own words why you were getting worried.
Just everything was starting to add up, not seeing the pictures, her being wishy-washy on having Evelyn, and then it just kind of, everything was starting to feel off.
Okay. You say no pictures. What do you mean by that? Were you seeing pictures before?
I mean, it was just she was posting pictures and everything, so you'd obviously see the pictures.
Okay. When you say she was posting pictures, where would you see pictures posted?
Facebook.
Okay. Did that stop at some point?
I don't remember specifics, but I mean, during that time, I obviously didn't see anything.
Okay. Was she continuing to talk about Evelyn?
It seemed like the only time that we would talk about her is when I would ask.
Okay. Did you consider calling DCS?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not call?
She was such a good friend to me that I didn't want to do that to her. Like, I've gone through similar situations and I know how it affected me, and I didn't want to do that to her.
Okay. Did you continue to try to press her about where Evelyn was?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes?
Yeah.
What did she tell you?
I mean, it was always an answer. It was either with Ethan or Ethan's grandparents or there was always an answer.
Okay. That's your one more document. It's 5 pages.
I recognize these.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages on February 22nd, 2020 at 2:46 a.m.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a conversation you had with Megan on February 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
We'd ask that to be made exhibit number 82. Permission to publish. And would these messages have occurred after you found out that Evelyn was missing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Okay. What do you say to Megan at 2:46 a.m. on February 22nd?
I just got out of control. Why did you tell me Ethan had her if he's saying he still hasn't seen her since December? I hope we can find her though. I'm crying. Just see her. If whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything.
Okay. So you said, I'll try to help you a little bit, okay? You said to her, if whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything. And then can you tell me what Megan says in response?
Me too. I just couldn't tell anyone because I was worried the person might run. or harm Evelyn or someone else in my family.
Okay. And then you say, I'm just so confused about everything and I don't know what to believe. So just please tell me the truth and be upfront with it because I love Evelyn and as much as you do. And I feel like I deserve the truth. I know you felt you needed to lie to keep Evelyn safe, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. And what does Megan say in response?
If I could tell you anything, I could, but I was told not to. As soon as I can talk, I promise you'll be the first person I come to.
This is really starting to make me mad because
The
she is
conversation
hurting a
continues.
lot of people, y'all.
You ask her, do you think Evelyn is okay? Or do you think this person would do something to harm her? I hate not knowing anything because I'm so worried and my mind just goes to the worst. You say, God, that makes me worried because it seems like she's the person that would have had Evelyn. And who are you talking about there? Or do you know?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. If she doesn't have her, then where would she be? I'm hoping the person isn't your mom because I just don't get why she'd take Evelyn and wouldn't let you see her because I never saw her. And then you say, are you and Hunter okay? Because everything he's saying to the news is false. And what does Megan say?
What do you mean everything he's saying to the news? He's kind of got threats to the business and everything.
And then he said y'all weren't serious and that you guys were on and off. You never told me you guys were on and off, and I thought you guys were pretty serious. And what does Megan say?
We were definitely living together and shit, but he did that so people would stop giving him death threats or whatever.
Okay. And you say, are you guys okay though? Is he being a support to you through this, or are you guys not in contact right now? And what does Megan say?
No, we've talked.
Okay. And then you say, I hope everything is okay between the two of you since you've been through a lot and this is a lot. Then you ask her, are you talking about Hunter?
Yes.
Ever see Evelyn? I know at the beginning he never saw her because you wouldn't let him. But after that, did he ever get to meet her? You never told me. And what does Megan say?
I'm not getting into that for Hunter's sake.
And then you ask, when is the last time you saw Evelyn? And what does Megan say?
I can't disclose that either.
Okay. And you say the police are saying that the babysitter saw her last on December 10th. Did you see her on the 26th, like in the original Amber Alert? And what does Megan, let me make that smaller. What does Megan say?
I can't disclose that.
Okay.
How convenient. How convenient. How convenient can you be? I can't disclose that. I can't disclose that. I can't disclose
Did Megan
that.
ever tell you
my
anything
God.
different other than the things we've already talked about? The other things she told you about where Evelyn was. Did she ever tell you anyone else had Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask her about her mom?
Yes. On February 22nd, we ended up hanging out that day. And she told me that Evelyn was with her mom.
Okay. Did she act concerned about that at all?
Not really.
Okay. Was she worried for Evelyn?
I mean, at that point, I just was kind of in my own head about everything. So it's kind of hard to tell what she was feeling because I was just kind of, everything was too much at that point. So it's hard to say.
Okay. Well, I'm asking specifically about when she said Angela, her mom, or Angel, had Evelyn. Did she seem to be scared for Evelyn's safety?
I mean, I don't guess so.
Okay.
Are you I just think that they need to move on. Move on. Come on, let's move it. You've done enough.
It's the last thing I'm going to hand you, okay? I know this is a lot.
You think?
You just mentioned the date of February 22nd, 2020. Did you see Megan in person that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
It's a receipt from when we stayed at, or no, not when we stayed at Lodge yet.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it is. Okay, it's on February 22nd when I dropped her off at Econo Lodge.
Okay. So you're saying you dropped her off at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Is that the one on Airport Highway?
Yes.
Okay. And whose signature is on that receipt?
Mine.
Okay. So did you, for lack of a better term, did you get a room? You pay for a room for Megan for that night at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer that as exhibit number 83.
Ooh, I smell something good. A son got lunch.
I don't need that one. I don't need it. Okay. Do you remember why you got a room for Megan that night?
She said that with everything going on, she just wanted to get away.
Okay. Did you stay there with her that night, or did she stay there alone? Or
No, I didn't stay with her. I just dropped her off.
okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense attorney has for you. Okay.
Please be gentle, dude. Come on, this girl's been through hell. And make it quick. Nothing further, Your Honor. Would be a nice thing to hear.
Sidebar.
I think this little girl's been through enough. I think they need to just call it a day. This little girl has been through hell, and I think they need to call it a day. I should have put one more in, so do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for today.
Yay!
I have to give you certain admonitions every time we end the
Oh,
proceedings
dang it.
today. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with the trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about this case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. And you're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. We'll go with y'all. One stand, please.
I really don't like today. Today's not been a good court day for me. I do not like well, we have to do this. I mean, that's a given. It has to be done. But I am just flabbergasted and exhausted by the amount of evidence that they're presenting concerning text messages and whatnot.
Maybe seated, thank you. All right. Ms. Hawkins, you'll have to come back tomorrow. We'll start at 9 o'clock. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. And I'm going to ask that you not watch any of the live stream or replay of today's.
Poor baby. I don't know how they say that this method is faster. It's not.
The record is clear and I didn't want to say this necessarily in front of you. Exhibit 69, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82 were entered as full exhibits over the objection of the defense. And their objection is noted.
Get those numbers again. I went right that fast.
69, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82.
I'm going to stick with the one
We'll be in
method.
recess.
I don't like this.
Case, the jury for 9, we'll be back here at 30 minutes.
Oh,
Back at 9 to be ready at
Yeah,
9.
the witness tonight. I think that's what I told her.
Okay.
It was.
Court stands in recess.
Jean, you better ask me that question.
I do not wish to. No, this is not. I hope tomorrow's a better day for them, y'all. We have about an hour and a half. I want to go ahead and just hop on over to a little bit to the cemetery. I say it fine until I have to say the other part of it, and then it's like I'm horrible. Sentimentally, what I've been calling it. Cemetery. That's a hard name. Cemetery trial. So we're gonna. There we go. We're gonna go back.
Utilize their item one in that what took the
of a larger volume, as we talked about, of data.
Here we saw
that we
him.
reviewed.
correct. There's an enormous amount of data on these devices, and this is a snapshot of the relevant artifacts.
This may be more interesting, guys.
Investigation.
Your Honor, I have a CD, I believe, that contains this PowerPoint relevant to this particular witness. May it be marked as people's next in order, please?
105.
Thank you.
I've decided to do the one needle
Can
method.
you explain, before we even start, what metadata is?
Metadata, the meta just means self-referring, so it's just self-referring information about a particular file in this case. So metadata gets thrown around a lot. It's just self-referring information.
And if you were to have metadata, let's say, for example, on a photograph, what type of information might that metadata provide?
You're going to be talking about timestamps, what device took the picture, the location of where that file is in regards to the file system of the device, and any other information that we'll be discussing.
So including timestamps, location, and also perhaps date?
Yes.
All right. So this is the first slide of your PowerPoint where you started with booking photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the second photo was a photograph of the victim in this case, whose device you also analyzed, correct?
Yes.
And you had a device or devices relating to the defendant in this case, Monica Cementilli,
Yes.
and also devices relating to a prior defendant, Robert Baker.
Yes.
All right. So what is it that we see here on this particular slide, which is, I believe, slide 6?
You'll notice in the upper left corner, it's item 67. That is the LAPD item number. So item 67 is Fabio Cementilli's iPhone 7 Plus, and there's identifying information on the right-hand side under the device information. And you can see in the lower left corner is his phone number, the MSISDN number, and that's the phone number for Mr. Simontelli.
Okay, the 818 number that we see, 3310463.
Correct.
Okay. Would it be safe to say that there was much less data on his cell phone, item 67, than you found on the defendant's?
I would say that there wasn't a lot of relevant information on Mr. Simontelli's phone for this matter. As far as like the total volume, that would be speculation as far as, because I'm not looking for information that's not relevant to the investigation.
Okay. So in other words, anything that was related to his career, that wasn't what your focus of your analysis was.
That would be fair.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 7, item 82. What do we see here?
Item 82 is a LG, or photographs of the LG G-Pad. These photographs were provided to me to help visualize the device.
Okay. And what do we see in the top right corner?
That's a AT&T SIM card. You'll see the number that starts with 89. That is a ICC ID number. That's a unique number for the SIM card. And it identifies the country code, which is the set of 3 numbers after the 89. And then the rest of it is a unique identifying number.
What is a SIM card?
It allows the device to connect on the cellular network, and then it assigns a phone number so that that device can connect through the cell network.
So in other words, you could make phone calls through this device as well as connect to the internet to, let's say, do an internet search.
Correct.
Showing you the next slide. What do we see here on slide 8?
Specific device information for item 82, identifying the Bluetooth device name and other information, the ICC ID number from
Well,
the SIM card.
June, thank you. I'm sure she's more entertaining than I
Is
am.
that right?
Correct.
Okay. And the next slide, again,
I'm sure
relating
she's
to
far
the
more
defendant's
entertaining.
LG G-Pad. What do we see here?
This is a screenshot of the physical analyzer software displaying the user accounts for item 82.
And does it appear that from looking at this particular slide that the
Sidloskus? Sidloskus?
her personal name?
I was close.
and
Thank
that there
you.
appears to be multiple email addresses.
I impressed myself if I was close.
Correct. The Instagram, for example, the username is Monica Simontelli. For the Instagram, that's the first row. Happened to be highlighted in blue. There's also badstyle67@gmail.com. And the different services like your Hangouts have Monica Simontelli. The Google Drive and Google Maps and the Gmail account associated with the device are also Monica Simontelli@gmail.com.
Okay. And what do we see here? I believe this is maybe slide 10.
This is item 101. This device is Mr. Baker's, and it's a picture of the Samsung device along with the SIM card.
This was a Samsung S4.
I think the next slide will have the device. Yeah, this is the Samsung SGH i337. That's just the model number of the model assigned to the device. And you can see item 101, Mr. Baker's phone number is in the lower left corner with 702-883-2325.
Let me ask you, if we saw on this last slide that slide 10 that there is a SIM card would a user be able to switch out the SIM card and therefore switch out the phone number on the device?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can SIM swap. You can add and remove SIM cards from devices that allow you to do that. This particular device, it's removable along with the SD card.
Okay. And moving on to slide 12, what do we see here? This looks similar to what we saw with respect to the defendant's device number 82.
Well, this is item 101. This is Mr. Baker's user accounts that was populated by Celebrate for Mr. Baker or Mr. Baker's device.
So it shows that he has a Facebook Messenger under his name, correct?
Correct. If you look under the name column, which is the third column from the screenshot, and it's the fifth row.
We look under the third row. Does it appear that he also has various
Seriously?
email accounts connected to this device, one being oeginc@gmail and one being Oz Entertainment?
The third row has the RB at westover1981.com, along with the other three emails.
Okay. Showing you the next slide. Slide number 13, item number 119. What is this?
These are photographs of Monica Cimentelli's phone.
Okay. Front and back.
Correct.
Showing you the following slide. Slide 14. What do we see here?
This is more device information for Monica Cimentelli's phone. You can see on the lower left corner, her phone number was 818-424-4213.
Okay. And is this an iPhone 7?
Yes.
Thank you. And what do we see on the following slide? Slide 15.
These are the user accounts associated with item 119. And you can see the call Madi-mo@hotmail.com email address, along with on the Instagram user account assigned is Monica Cimentelli.
What about the next slide? Slide 16.
This is photographs of item 121.
Okay. And this was yet another iPhone registered to Robert Baker?
This is a Galaxy. It's not an iPhone.
Sorry, it says iPhone, but it's actually a Samsung Galaxy, correct? This would be an S8?
This is a Galaxy S8. It just says Robert Baker's phone. So
Oh, I think. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I thought it said iPhone. Showing you the next slide, 17. What does it tell us in particular with respect to this phone and its phone number?
This is item 121. The phone number for this device is 213-272-1093.
Okay. And now moving on to slide 19. What do we see here with respect to items 119 and item 67?
The screenshot came from item 119, and these are the contact entries filtered for Mr. Cimentelli for item 67.
When you say filtered, what does that mean?
I filtered, you can see that there's 1,164 contacts. I'm filtering down those contacts so you can see Mr. Cimentelli's information that's stored on Mrs. Cimentelli's device.
So she has him stored under his name as well as under daddy?
On the second row, the WhatsApp application, the daddy is associated with that phone number.
Showing you the next slide. What do we see here?
This is Mr. Baker's item 101. filter down, there's the 3 contact entries. The first entry does not have Mr. B. It's not for item 101. It doesn't, the phone number is not Mr. Baker's, but the last 3 entries are.
Okay. And that's the 702 phone number that we talked about?
Correct. The 702, the phone number ending in 2325.
Thank you. And if we look at the slide after that, slide 21, what do we see here?
These are contact entries for item 121 for Mr. Baker that are stored on Mrs. Simontilli's phone.
Okay. So she, what do we see in that, the first column where we see the number 1002? What does that column represent?
So there's 1,164 contact entries. That is just 1,002 of the 1,164. It's just the number that's assigned to that specific entry for that particular screenshot.
And so for that number 1002, she has that listed as Robert and the phone number that we saw relative to his item number 121, correct?
Correct. Item 121 is that 1093 is listed in that contact entry.
And she also has him listed as racquetball and as Louisa and as Diane racquetball, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Louisa, were you aware that, did you become aware that Louise, or excuse me, Lewis is Baker's middle name?
Yes.
And looking at the next slide, slide 22, what do we see here?
This is a contact entry from item 101. The contact is someone that's listed as Alfred Birdsong, and the phone number that is pointed out is the same phone number for the device. But Mr. Birdsong also has 2 additional phone numbers and emails.
Okay. And if we look at this particular slide, does it also have, as we see on the right, an address in Las Vegas?
Yes, 10245.
Thank you so much for removing some of that number. But captioning got it anyway.
Comma Inc.
Go figure.
Yeah, yes.
When you don't want captioning, you get it.
A similar email address or a web.
When you want it, you don't.
From Mr. Baker, which is that OEG. This one is
Yes.
Alan.
Yes.
All right. Moving on to slide 23. Can you tell us what we're looking at here with respect to Baker's device 101?
This is device 101's contact entries for item 121. Both because he had 2 phones. This is his one device contact entries for his other device. And you can see that he listed it as Robert L. Baker and Robert.
And is there also an email associated through Yahoo?
Yes.
As well as a P.O. box?
Yes.
The next slide, item 101, slide 24. What does this show us in terms of contacts?
These are 2 contact entries for item 101 for contact entry Oz Entertainment Group Incorporated and Robert Baker.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 25. What does this contact show us for item 121 in connection with Baker's other phone, 101?
The phone number that's highlighted with the arrow is item 101. This contact entry is from 121.
Okay. 121 being the Galaxy S8, correct?
Don't want to mix the two up. I believe 121 is the S8.
Okay. And under this particular contact, we also see under details the name Alfred Birdsong, along with Alfred Birdsong's, looks like a couple of email contacts, or a few of them actually, correct?
Correct. There's emails and a couple of other phone numbers associated with Mr. Birdsong.
Okay, including the address and the Oz Entertainment Group that we looked at on a prior slide.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to slide 26. What did you document here?
This is a contact entry from item 121. And this contact entry is for item 119, Monica Cimentelli's
Even he's struggling. Even he's struggling.
number ending in 4213 with her Hotmail email address that was also in 119.
Okay. Okay. So you now have a slide that indicates 27, same contacts. Look at 28. What are you documenting here?
The same contact entries that are on 119 and 121.
Okay. So between the defendant's phone and one of Baker's phones, they have the same contact information for an individual by the name of Paula McCullum with the same phone number ending in 6026.
Correct.
Okay. And the next one, same thing.
It's the same thing, but with a phone number ending in 3905.
For an Elise Bluo.
It's Elise and Elise Racquetball. I wouldn't know the
Got
last
you.
name.
And the next slide, slide 30, same contact for Miss Sheila Salahian in each phone.
Correct. The 2283.
Are we going to go
the
through
phone
the
number ending in
entire
2283.
1,000 names in their phone book addresses?
And it looks like the contact under 121, Baker's phone, actually has a picture associated, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to slide 31. What did you indicate here?
Same contact entry for Ron Ray, phone number ending in 81.
And this is between the defendant's iPhone and Baker's Samsung 101.
Correct.
What did you mean by number 121 not shown?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh, come on. You remember.
Next slide, 32. This is again showing the same type of information as the same contact for an individual named Matt Nurse and his phone number between the defendant's phone and Baker's phone 101.
Correct.
And also a contact for a phone number with, does this appear to be
This is so
no name?
well. Yeah, it's adult talent management. However, on Monica's device, that's actually a recent log, so it's not an actual contact entry that was manually entered into the device. It could have been just associated with the device in some unknown manner.
When you say manually entered, meaning that the phone number was dialed?
It could have been anything. If you look at the source file,
Yes.
and you see the library mail recents, you'd have to go into that database and figure out how that phone number was placed into her device, but it wasn't. The user didn't manually enter that phone number
Cindy,
as a
get off of
contact
it.
entry into her device
Thank
based
you.
on the screenshot.
Okay. So it's not a contact, but it was somehow manually entered the phone number.
No,
So exactly what is it?
it's not manually, and Monica didn't manually enter that phone number into her device. It was just associated with the device at some point, which could have been through a mass text, like without looking at the database, there's no way to know how it landed on the device. It could have been through like a text message or third-party application association. It's just the same phone number that was on both devices.
Got it. On the item 101 belonging to Baker, he has a title as Adult Talent Management, ATM, and he has that under details as a work phone number associated.
Correct.
Moving on to the next slide. We were just talking, you just mentioned third-party applications. In this case, Viber. What is a third-party application?
Third-party apps are those that give you added functionality to your mobile devices. Most people have iPhones or Google Androids. Third-party applications are those at which you can download from the Play Store or the iTunes Store from Apple. And they give you added functionality to your mobile device that's not on your device when you first purchase it.
What does added functionality mean?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it could be anything. There's millions of apps that give you different things that you can do with your mobile device. So you can play games, do things that's not by default installed on your device.
Okay. So it's an application you have to actually download, as you just described.
Viber is a third-party app that you have to download.
You have
Is
to
it
seek
also
it.
a messaging app?
Yeah, it's a message.
You have to seek it out, download it. Well, seek it out, click download, enter your password, do the Face ID, whatever you do. It is something you must seek out.
If you go to the next slide, they'll tell you exactly what it is. It's a third-party app that allows you to connect to other people. It's similar to Facebook or WhatsApp. It's a third-party messaging app that allows you to make calls and video messages and utilize their platform to connect to individuals.
So you can use it to, let's say, make a video call similar to like a FaceTime call on an iPhone?
I'm just, because this was in 2018, it's a yes, it looks like yes.
Okay. Also, you could make an audio call, a regular phone call.
Yes.
You can text, send a message.
Yes.
Okay. The following slide is that's basically something you pulled off the internet regarding what Viber is and does.
Correct.
Okay. And the following slide, slide 37, same thing, more information regarding Viber.
Correct.
All right. And then what do we see in slide 38?
These are Monica's iCloud records that were seized by LAPD that were provided to me. And this is just a screenshot of one of the Excel spreadsheets that come back from Apple.
When you say seized by LAPD, in terms of the iCloud records as well as the cell phone extracts, would those all have been provided via a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here relative to her iCloud records and Viber?
This is zoomed out. It's just, these are various records that Apple stored for Viber, and the different columns has different information that Apple is storing for the specific user.
And what do we see here in slide 39?
So in the third column where you see the arrow on the left is
Come here.
Monica
And
Simontelli's
what?
phone number ending in
What?
4213. And then the other arrow you can see content name.
I don't understand. You're coming back tomorrow to finish? Are you leaving now?
So
Okay.
this shows us from
You're
her
hurting?
iCloud records.
Go home. Do you need anything?
That she is using Viber in order to, as you said, to make calls or messages.
Do you need something for tonight? Do you need something for tonight?
If you look at the content name,
You
can
have
see
one
the
or you need
messenger,
one?
There's activity. with Viber.
So it shows you specifically Viber Messenger, correct?
Correct.
Looking at the following slide, what does this indicate?
This is the create.
Where's
that
my
column,
big-
create underscore TS is creation timestamp. That is the Viber Messenger install date for Viber on Monica's device.
So in other words, she installed Viber Messenger, as you talked about before, through an app store, online app
One
store,
time, all
downloaded
three?
it to her phone on April 9th, 2016.
Objection, conclusion not founded.
So overruled, it's expert opinion.
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, what do we see here? This would be slide 41.
I'm fine. I'm not
These
that
are
way. Well, not that way.
password tokens for.
I got to start getting ready to go with mom.
Filtered for Viber.
What does that mean?
As you can see, there's
Got
188
10 of them to do.
entries. And
My regalia.
if you
The making a
in the
drag.
upper right
So
corner, you can see I filtered for
all
Viber,
of these will
and those are the 4
be
entries
sewn like
that are
this
filtered for Viber.
on a
If you look at
piece
the
of
data,
material
that
that'll go
is,
from my neck down.
like a token that is
So it'll
stored
look
for
like that.
that specific application.
I got 10 of them to do.
So in other words, she has Viber stored on her device with a password.
Correct.
Showing
I got to get myself looking good. I got to be ready to see
It's
mom.
labeled as device key.
Okay. And what do we see on the next
Feel
slide
better
here?
soon, love.
The column highlighted are application updates for the actual application itself.
How do y'all like my mirror?
So it shows that not only did she download
Look at
Viber,
Blangy.
Messenger app onto her phone, but it had been updated. The app had been updated multiple times. Is that right?
Apple is recording that there are updates and re-download. If you look at the third row in the upper left corner, it says iTunes update and re-download details.
And again, it also has an associated email that we saw on her phone, number 119, the Kalmati -bo at Hotmail.
Correct, the 5th column.
And in the top left, it shows that it's the update is through iTunes, correct?
Correct. It says Apple, it's iTunes data.
Showing you the next slide. Does this indicate the last time that the Viber Messenger app was updated on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
That would be April 1st of 2017.
No, that's January 4th. It's month.
Sorry.
It's year, month, day.
Thank you. And what do we see here on the next slide, slide 44?
These are Viber log entries from item 119.
Okay. And are these entries that occurred between January 17th and January 23rd, the date of the murder?
This specific screenshot is from April 30th, 2016 through November 12th, 2016. So it might be on the next slide.
Let me go back one slide to this slide we were just at. When we see log entries 4,234, what does that indicate?
That there were 4,234 log entries that were parsed by Celebrate, physical analyzing.
For Viber? Specific to
No,
Viber?
no, total log entries. This is filtered for Viber.
And the next slide, what do we see here?
These are continuation. As you can see, it's continued from November 12th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017.
And the January 23rd, the date of the murder, that would be, it says 721 UTC -8. What does UTC -8 mean?
UTC, Universal Coordinated Time. UTC 0 is the time zone in England. And the way that mobile devices count time is they count seconds from a epoch time. And so when you see the -8, that's adjusted for here in California. So for January 20, third, the last row, 2017 at 7:21. You see -8. That is 7:21 a.m. here in Los Angeles.
And what do we see here on the next slide? I think this is 46.
These are call log entries from item 119, filtered for item 121.
Okay. Are these all call log entries through Viber? If we look at the source in the far right column.
Correct, but not all of them are Viber audio. Those calls might have been through the default application, not Viber. So if it's not listed as Viber, it's not associated with Viber.
Viber audio meaning, as we discussed before, making a call through the Viber app.
Correct.
And all of these entries here to Baker's cell phone, Galaxy cell phone ending in 1093, as we see his name, Louisa, and all of them.
Correct.
Right. And this shows us a date range, I believe, on this particular slide from October of 2016 through just November of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at the next slide, is this a continuation of the same?
Correct. From November 6th, 2016 through December 15th, 2016.
And again, all to Baker's cell phone, correct?
Correct, item 121.
Okay. And again, in the next slide, 48, a continuation of the same.
Correct. From December 15th, 2016 through January 1st, 2017.
And again, slide 49, call log entries continued. Same thing again.
Correct. From January 1st, 2017 through January 18th, 2017.
Would it be safe to say that based on the slides we just looked at, that there were voluminous calls from the defendant to Baker's cell phone ending in 1093 or the number 121 device?
There were phone calls made between the two. I think voluminous is arbitrary.
Okay. When you do a cell phone extraction, does it necessarily provide you all of the data? Or is it possible that you don't even have all the data that would indicate call log entries between the two devices? Like, is that dependent on where it's stored in the phone and whether it actually gets extracted?
So the device that's pulled from these, or the extractions that are pulled from these devices, depends on various factors, depends on if it's logical extraction or a file system extraction, or if it's a physical extraction. You can't do physical extractions on iPhones because of the encryption. So whenever people are saying, do you pull all of the data? It's very circumstantial and it depends on various factors. So this is the information we have. This is the information that I was able to analyze based on the types of extractions that were conducted on those devices.
So again, the answer to the question would be then no, you don't necessarily get all of the data.
Not necessarily.
Showing slide 50, what do we see here?
This is a installed application from Mr. Baker's item 101 for Viber.
Okay. And the next slide, slide 51, what do we see here?
This is a filtered view of Mr. Baker's web history for Viber.
Did you find any indication that either the defendant on her device 119 or Baker on either of his devices used Viber again post date of the murder 123 of 2017?
No.
Okay. Now we have a slide here, 52, that says calendar entries. What do we see in slide 53 for device 101?
Device 101, Mr. Baker's device for a calendar entry. He has a subject of Monica lesson entered into his device for December 21st, 2015.
And now the next slide, slide 54, indicates Wi-Fi. What do we see here in slide 55?
This is item 101, a wireless network entry for a Wi-Fi network named Retired 99 with a GPS location artifact.
And the GPS location artifact, did that indicate to you that it was consistent with Baker's home network?
Yes, it was near Mr. Baker's home residence.
Okay. Showing you slide 56. What do we see here?
These are passwords from Mr. Baker's item 101. The highlighted Wi-Fi network in the second column is the Cementilli _5G EXT.
So he has the Cementilli Wi-Fi password stored in his phone?
Yes, there is a data entry for the password.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 57. What do we see here?
This is a wireless network entry for the Cementilli _5G EXT.
I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad for the struggle.
June 28th of 2016 at
Y'all, the struggle is real.
did you pull or take a screenshot of this because you were aware that June 28th, 2016 was the date that the...
Okay, guys, it is now 5:00 my time. I have to get ready to leave for a meeting with Mom. I kind of been already doing that, as you could tell. But I got to change shirts and, do all that stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to hang this up for now. We will be getting back on tomorrow morning at 8:00 my central time. We'll be here, Lord willing. If you see the time is, say, 8:00 in the morning and you see I've changed it, it's because I'm having to take care of something where I can't get in time. But we will always Zoom to catch up. Today has been one of those days, guys, that we just kind of through court today. I get it. It happens. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow's Friday, so they're going to cram in as much as they can. The Cementilli trial, we will continue to view this. I will put it down on the taskbar. We got 2 giveaways to deal with in a second. Entries, giveaway entries in a second. But what we're going to do is this weekend, the baby trial will be on Saturday for sure. So that's good. So we'll get it all done. All right. Let's get the drawings going. Let me get back over here. Let me share this screen. Get the book. All right, y'all. Let's see who's getting this one. Good luck, y'all. This is the up. It tricked me. You've got multiple entries on there, girl. Okay, here's number 2. Let's draw that one. Dawn! Yay! Don Burke. All right. Yay, y'all. Should I wear the hat or no hat? Probably not a hat. Church kind of thing. Probably not church thing, but yeah, church thing. Probably should not be wearing a. What the hell? Hair tie. By the way, my cat loves to play with my hair scrunchies and whatever y'all want to call them. Loves to play with them. Loves to play with them. Drives me nuts. Okay, guys. I'm sorry today was not a bunch of bells and whistles and craziness and all of that, but I will say thank you guys so very much for hanging in there with me. Today was one of those days. I just knew today was going to be a day. I just felt it in my bones. I felt it everywhere. It started off a day. So thank you guys so very much for joining me. We will be back here tomorrow. I plan on being live here tomorrow all day. Depending on how I feel, I'll probably try and do some interpreting for the Friday Night Frenzy with Ian and them. I got to email him tomorrow, or when I get in tonight, I got to email him. Other than that, everything's going to be good. I know it was kind of a quiet day today, but I appreciate you being here with me. Love, blessings. Remember, love on your family. Smile at someone who's having a bad day, because the next day it could be you. And we will see you here first thing in the morning. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.